Citi Field in New York, the New York Mets play the St. Louis Cardinals. Tonight's game is presented by Chevrolet. New York Mets baseball on SNY is brought to you by Buick. Visit TriStateBuick.com and experience the new Buick for yourself. By Geico, over 75 years of savings and service. By DraftKings, the official daily fantasy partner of the New York Mets. And by Pepsi, the official soft drink of Major League Baseball. And a bonus, by your Tri-State BMW centers. A new set of gloves is in town. Yeah, the Cardinals are in town. 4 times in the last 4 years, the Cardinals have been in the National League Championship Series. They come to town with the best record in baseball. It's a matchup of first-place clubs tonight. And a pleasant good evening, everybody, and welcome to Citi Field. Gary Cohen, Keith Hernandez with you tonight as the Mets open a 4-game series against the Cardinals. It's really a chance for the Mets to test themselves against the team with the best record in baseball and a team with a sustained level of excellence. 4 LCS appearances in the last 4 years. Both teams have great pitching, top 2 staffs in baseball right now. But the Cardinals, in an era of diminished offense, bring a very potent lineup to town.
Well, they haven't skipped a beat. Remember, their big ace starter, Adam Wainwright, is out for the season, and they haven't skipped a beat. But they have a lineup, Gary, that's beat. But they have a lineup, Gary, that's blended with youth and veterans. You're talking about Colton Wong, who has developed into a very fine player. Matt Carpenter, Matt Adams provides the power. And then on the veteran side, you've got the batting champion and Matt Holliday, Johnny Peralta, who they got to play shortstop from Detroit, and, of course, the all-star catcher Yadier Molina. It's a balanced lineup. And it's an old-fashioned lineup. It has table setters on top and the power hitters in the middle. I love the lineup. They continue to move and continue to score runs.
And that's the challenge for Matt Harvey tonight. Harvey, who threw 7 scoreless innings against the Cubs in his last start, threw a lot of first-pitch breaking balls in that start in Wrigley Field.
Well, the important quote from Harvey was that it was a free-swinging Cub team, and not so much with this Cardinal team. This is a very disciplined lineup. They're well-schooled, this Cardinal bunch. They have been for years. They have good knowledge of the strike zone, so it'll be very interesting for us up in the booth here and you folks at home to see how Harvey attacks the Cardinal hitters early in the count. Cubs, he threw a lot of breaking balls. Let's see if he attacks them with fastballs tonight.
Harvey going for his 6th win tonight, matched up against the 36-year-old John Lackey.
Well, Lackey, the veteran from the Red Sox, he hasn't pitched against the Mets since 2008. He's a 1-0 lifetime against them. He struggled on the road this year in his first 3 starts. An ERA well over 5. He's looking to get his Cardinals on the win board here. It looks for a great game tonight. 2 good ball clubs.
So it's the Mets and the Cardinals opening a 4-game series at Citi Field. All the action coming your way tonight right here on SNY. local Tri-Honda dealer for great deals on the 2015 models. By StubHub, the official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace of the New York Mets. And by State Farm. Today's State Farm agent of the game is Brian Levitt of Park Slope. Contact Brian at WeInsureNewYork.com. Time to vote for your Mets All-Stars. You can vote 35 times on the 2015 Esurance MLB All-Star Game ballot at Mets.com. Voting is exclusively online and available on your computer, tablet, and smartphone. Vote at Mets.com now. Now the Mets kicked off their first Military Monday of the season today at the Manhattan VA Hospital, helping to commemorate the 50th anniversary of the Vietnam War. Sandy Alderson, a former Marine who served in Vietnam, participated in a pinning ceremony of Vietnam vets. Veterans received tickets for tonight's game as well as Mets t-shirts. Tonight's Twisted But True Fact is brought to you by Twisted Tea, the hard iced tea that tastes like real iced tea. The Cardinals have a 9-man bullpen, and one of them is Mitch Harris, who is the first U.S. Naval Academy grad to appear in the major leagues in almost 100 years. Served his 5 years and now part of the Cardinal bullpen. What a story. Matt Harvey getting ready for his start. His first pitch is coming right up. Syndergaard bringing the heat of Thor's hammer for his first major league win, and tonight it's the Dark Knight taking the mound to face the St. Louis Cardinals. St. Louis starting lineup brought to you by Hyundai. Colton Wong, one of the latest to work in the leadoff spot for Mike Matheny. He's been shuffling that spot. Matt Carpenter missed a weekend because of extreme fatigue, then came back just as strong as he was. The Cardinals, 5th in the National League in runs scored, take on Matt Harvey, who tries for his 6th win tonight.
And there's your Jeep starting pitcher statistics. Matt Harvey's, that is, his 8th start, coming off a very strong, unfortunate start in Chicago. left the game with a 1-0 lead, and the Mets, wound up losing that game 2-1 in the ninth.
Colton Wong leads things off. Wong hitting .311, .363 on base percentage. Harvey's first pitch of the night is a curveball outside. So the second straight start where Harvey's first pitch of the game is a curveball. He did that to Dexter Fowler in Chicago as well. You'll see that all that often. Wong fouls back the fastball, and it's 1-1. It'll be Wong, Carpenter, and Holiday for the Cardinals, who played the Sunday night game at home last night and beat the Tigers 2-1 to prevent a sweep of that series, but they didn't get to their hotel in New York till about 5 o'clock this morning after that Sunday night game. So the Mets, the more well-rested team tonight, as Harvey misses high at 2-1.
Well, Harvey, lifetime against the Cardinals. It's a small slice. He's had 2 starts against them. He's 0-2, but a nice ERA at 3.00.
And the curveball drops in for a strike, 2-2.
That's the one pitch I like from Harvey, Gary, that he's developed this year. That over the top. That wasn't a great one, but it's on the outside corner. It's a 12-6.
Long pops it up into shallow right. Granderson coming in to call, and that's the first out of the night.
And we'll take a quick look at the Lexus Metsy defense. That's your starting outfield pretty much most of the season right there. They've been healthy. Flores at shortstop. Campbell, who's done a terrific job since being called up in his first 2 games, has been a big part of both Met victories. And Plawecki behind the plate.
Well, here is Carpenter, who's emerged as one of the best players in the National League, hitting .328, 7th in the league, 16 doubles, 2nd in the league, .619 slugging percentage, 4th in the league. You get the idea. 29 years old, 2-time All-Star, and a very patient hitter. Last year, 95 walks, which led the National League.
And a guy with a high on-base percentage, obviously, with the 90-plus walks. The good guy you want in the top of your order to set it up for the big guys.
Harvey behind Carpenter 2-0, and he takes a letter-high strike 2-1. There's your National League leaders in multi-hit games, and Carpenter on top of that list, presented by DraftKings. Play daily fantasy baseball for free on DraftKings.com. Enter promo code NYM for free entry. Two and one to Carpenter. And Harvey throws inside with the fastball. 3-1. Harvey's walked only 7 batters in 7 starts. 7 walks and 47 strikeouts.
-1. One was intentional, so really 6.
Well, it's really been the trend with the entire Mets staff this year, particularly the starters. Carpenter gets under one into right center field. And Lagares ranges over to call. 2 out. This is the Mets' 39th game. In the first 38 games, Mets starting pitchers have walked only 47 batters. That's almost unheard of. And as a staff, the team has walked 80, which is the fewest in the majors and the fewest ever for a Mets staff through 38 games. Noah Syndergaard walked only 1 yesterday, picking up his first big league win.
And boy, was he impressive. And Jason DeGrom right there, I thought, had his best start of the year. His last time out against Milwaukee for the win.
Here's Matt Holliday, and he takes a slider for a strike. Holliday playing his 36th game of the year. He's reached base in the first 35. It's the 3rd longest streak this century to begin a season. 35 straight games reaching base. And Harvey gets ahead of him 0-2.
Former batting champ, off to a great start. .328. He's a hitter.
35 years old. He's been using the opposite field more this year. Couldn't get him to chase upstairs. 1-2. Johnny Peralta's the cleanup hitter. He would be next. Cardinals are 25-12 starting the night. Best record in baseball, but they've lost 5 of their last 8. 1-2 coming. Slowly hit. Tough play. Who's going to get it? Campbell can't make the play, and Holliday is aboard. Indecision there between Flores and Campbell as to who was going to try to make the play there.
Now it could be a home book hit, but I gotta believe this is going to be an E5 here, and it seemed like there was a communication error here, and this is Campbell's ball all the way. The third baseman in that play is always the center fielder.
It's going to be an error charged to Campbell. So a 2-out base runner, Holiday aboard, and now Johnny Peralta. Peralta who homered Friday and Saturday against his old team, the Tigers. And he rips one down the left field line. That's going to go all the way back toward the wall. Kadire able to cut it off deep. Holiday will be held at third. That's a terrific play by Kadire. It saved a run. That ball gets to the wall. Holiday scores, but Jose Oquendo, the third base coach, had to hold him up.
Well, first ball fastball hitting on a ball up, and Kadire ranges over with the backhand. If that gets by him to the wall, Holiday's going to score. 2 outs. He's busting from the get-go. Holiday not a speedster, but it's all about getting to that ball and cutting it off.
So the first hit against Harvey is a double for Peralta on a first pitch. And now second and third and 2 out for Matt Adams, who's really been struggling. Got off to a hot start, but he's seen his average shrink to 237. And backhanded Bob Plawecki, ball 1.
And you see on the infield Murphy playing way deep. It's not really, there's no shift. Slight pull on the left side of the infield, and in the outfield, Lagares shaded to the pull.
Two and 0 to Adams. First base open. Yadier Molina, the on-deck batter. Let's see what Adams has done lately. Just 2 for his last 33 after a strong start.
That's a slump.
Holiday and Peralta in scoring position with 2 out. Plawecki sets up outside, and it comes in, and it's hit to deep right. Granderson, though, should have a play at the edge of the warning track, and that retires the side. Harvey might have gotten away with one there, but he survives the first inning despite an error and a double. Mets come to bat against John Lackey in the bottom of the first with no score. Time hasn't pitched against the Mets in 7 years since the Mets called Shea home. Here's your Geico Mets starting lineup. Kevin Plawecki back behind the plate. Otherwise, the same lineup. The Mets have run out the last several days. Curtis Granderson has homered in each of the last 2 games. Leads off against Lackey. Curtis now with 5 home runs for the year, 1 behind Flores for the club lead, and he takes a knee-high strike.
Well, Lackey's a control pitcher. You can see his whip, his walks are outstanding, 14 and 44 and 2/3. Center ball pitcher.
Down the left field line, and that's going to slice away foul. Holiday really labors out there running after the ball, doing the best he could to get over there. Well, Granderson's batting average is coming up. His power numbers are up with home runs in his last 2 games. Led off the game with a home run yesterday, halfway up the Pepsi porch in right field. Eric Campbell to follow, and then Lucas Duda for the Mets in the first. Granderson and Kadire are the only Mets in the lineup today who have faced Lackey before, all that in the American League. And Lackey worked with the Angels and the Red Sox. Granderson with the Tigers and the Yankees. 34 career at bats. He's hitting .235 against them. Lackey's throwing hard early. 93 on that fastball. He's had an average fastball velocity this year of just 90.7. So 93 is about his upper end. And Granderson pulls one foul.
Here's your Coors Light Cardinal defense. Holiday in left field. Hayward from Atlanta, the new right fielder. Peralta, second year at short. Wong has really come up strong, and of course probably the best defensive catcher in the game. Oh, nice slider, Garrett.
Just caught the inside corner. Bill Miller, the home plate umpire, punching Granderson out for the first out.
No, you can't. This is a good one, and he breaks down. Too close to take. It's probably, yeah, nipped it. That's just a pitcher's pitch.
So 1 out and nobody on. Now Eric Campbell, his 3rd game since returning from the minor leagues after the injury to Dilson Herrera. And Campbell 4 for 8, 2 doubles, 2 RBIs in the 2 games, both of which the Mets have won, which means that Campbell, making his 18th start tonight, is now 12 and 5 in the starting lineup. Or the Mets are 12 and 5 when he starts. Lashes one foul, and it's 0-2.
Well, he's picked up where he left off, actually. I shouldn't say left off, when it kind of a ditto of when he got called up last time, when David went down, got off to a red hot start until he kind of simmered.
Lackey misses outside, 1-2. Mets have hit 7 home runs in the last 4 games, after just 23 in their first 35 games. And Campbell hits one toward the middle, but Peralta ranges over and throws him out 2 away. Well, we had a potentially horrific moment here yesterday when Noah Syndergaard hit Carlos Gomez in the helmet, but Syndergaard found out that Gomez was okay and was very gracious after the game. Before he talked to reporters, the first thing he said was that he wished Gomez well, and Carlos appreciated that greatly, and also had compliments for Syndergaard. Said he's going to be a great pitcher. So the good wishes apparently paid off, because Gomez is in the starting lineup for the Brewers tonight in Detroit, and leading off the ball game against Kyle Lobstein, hit a home run on an 0-2 pitch.
Wonderful. Glad to hear it.
So nothing for Noah to worry about. Duda takes a strike, and Lackey for the 3rd straight hitter ahead 0-2.
Lackey looks pretty sharp early. He has struggled on the road. He has struggled his first, it's his 2nd season with the Cardinals. He has not fared well on the road with a Cardinal uniform on.
To left center, slicing away from Grichuk, diving, and he makes the catch. Randall Grichuk, making only his 2nd start in center field, recently off the disabled list, makes a nice diving catch of a ball slicing away from him. Grichuk helps Lackey to a 1-2-3 opening inning. Harvey back to the mound with no score as we go to the 2nd. Mike, but imagine this. The back page headline on all 3 New York tabloids today was exactly the same, in honor of Noah Syndergaard's first big league win.
All those guys back at the desk thinking, is that all you can come up with? Come on.
I mean, I don't know. I'm not a headline writer, but it's not the first thing that came to my mind as Molina hits one sharply through the hole. And that's how the second inning begins. Yadier Molina with a leadoff hit.
Well, he was everything advertised yesterday. Gary, I cannot tell you how impressed I was with his fastball. And again, as he did in Chicago in his first start, he threw harder as the game went on, and that's what I love to see. He can bring it. He's got a golden arm, and I loved what I saw yesterday.
The only run he gave up was after he hit Gomez. He gave up an RBI hit to Ryan Braun. Jason Hayward steps in and takes the curveball high. I thought it was very interesting that after the game, Syndergaard was asked about the experience in hitting Gomez and how he reacted, and he admitted, said he was very timid to go inside to Braun after hitting Gomez.
And I was imploring him to
Mm-hmm.
to go inside to Ryan Braun,
which he had done effectively earlier in the game. Hayward drives one out to left. Kadire cutting over, and he makes the grab. Kadire already having a busy night out in left field. That's the first out as Molina goes back to first. My question would be whether you have any concern going forward about Noah pitching inside.
I think it's the heat of the moment, and I bet he's never hit someone in the head before, and it shook him up. He'll be fine. I'm not worried about him. I think he'll be fine. The 4 days in between, he'll be ready to rock.
Here's Randall Grichuk, who just made a diving catch in center field in the last half inning. John Jay is on the disabled list right now, the regular Cardinals center fielder. Harvey starts off Grichuk with a slider.
Both base hits off Harvey, first pitch fastballs. Slider to Grichuk right there.
John Jay has a thumb injury, so Grichuk and Peter Borges will share center field. Well, another occasion where Harvey missed his location. Got a strike, though. It's 0-2.
You think Mr. Grichuk knows that he has Tim McCarver's old Cardinal number?
Tim McCarver is in the house tonight.
Yes, he is.
Doing Cardinal TV. And Harvey strikes him out with a curveball. First strikeout of the night from Matt. Second out of the inning.
That is a devastating over-the-top curveball right there. Not a strike, but throws it hard. Tough pitch to lay off.
So 2 out. Molina still at first, and now John Lackey, who does not cast a menacing shadow as a hitter. 1 for 11 this year, lifetime 101. Spent most of his career in the American League. Came over last summer in a deadline deal with the Red Sox that sent Alan Craig and Joe Kelly to Boston, and Craig's in the minor leagues and Kelly is struggling, and it seems like the Cardinals, at least for the moment, have gotten the best of that deal. Not the least of which is the Cardinals are paying John Lackey minimum salary this year. There's a quirk in the deal he signed with the Red Sox that if he had elbow problems during his contract, they would get a minimum salary option year, and this is that year. Strike 3 called. Harvey strikes out Lackey. So back-to-back strikeouts for Harvey to finish off the top of the second. No score at Citi Field. Young man named Sean Catton and his 13-year-old sister Mary Jane looking on. They're from Stormville, New York. It's part of Play Baseball Week on SNY, and Sean and Mary Jane had a dream day with the Mets on Saturday. They went in the clubhouse. They took batting practice. They met their favorite players. They were in the pre-game press conference, so it was quite an experience. Sean was originally diagnosed with leukemia 5 years ago, was cancer-free last year, but then he had a relapse and needed a bone marrow transplant, and fortunately his big sister turned hero Mary Jane was a perfect match. They had the bone marrow transplant in November, and Sean is doing great. The SNY Play Ball Initiative.
Special day.
Michael Cuddyer leading off in the home second. Cuddier's got great career numbers against Lackey, 8 for 25 with 4 home runs.
And that's why the first 3 pitches have been away from Cuddyer.
Signs have been pointing in the right direction for Michael the last few days. Pulls one down to third, and Carpenter handles it. Cuddyer retired, and Lackey set down the first 4.
Both pitchers looking sharp early.
Now Daniel Murphy.
Look at Daniel. Daniel should run for office.
Why do you say that?
Well, he says hello to Yadier. He says hello to the umpire. Go out and shake hands.
Longtime friends. If there was a baby to kiss, then we'd know for sure. Breaks his bat, hits the soft liner to Wong for the second out.
Lackey's got a little sneak on his fastball. He's got a good one tonight. And I tell you, folks, you're seeing him around 92, 93, and all this yapping about 98 and 97. 92, 93, 91's plenty.
Well, certainly know that from watching Bartolo Colon every 5 days. Lackey has set down the first 5. Now Wilmer Flores. Wilmer with 6 home runs to lead the club. 2 of them have come in the last 4 games. And the breaking ball drilled to deep left. Back goes Holiday. On the warning track, he makes the grab. Flores hit that one well, but Holiday able to retreat and go halfway back on the track to reel it in. Both veteran left fielders have been tested early in this game. 6 up and 6 down for Lackey. No score after 2. uncompromised Audi A3 sedan. Second time around the batting order for Matt Harvey. Colton Wong leads off the third and bounces the curveball foul. Colton Wong just 24 years old. Finished third in the Rookie of the Year balloting last year. And has only gotten better this year. 249 with 12 home runs last season. He drives one to right field. Granderson edging over. There's some hard hit balls against Harvey early in this game, but he's been able to survive so far. This is a good hitting team, these Cardinals. They've been in something of a hitting funk lately. Last night in the third inning, their pitcher Lance Lynn drove in a run with a single. Before that, they had gone 40 innings in which they had not scored a run that was not the direct result of a home run. So they've been in a little bit of an all or nothing phase this week.
And as a result, they've gone 5-5 in their last 10 games.
There's Matt Carpenter flying to center his first time and takes a knee-high strike. Well, there are the overall offensive numbers for the Cardinals. The high on-base percentage, the high slugging percentage, 5th in the league in runs scored.
Mike Matheny, the manager, right there. Done a terrific job with these Cardinals. It's been seamless since he's taken over. Another guy that was hired that never managed before, correct?
Well, the latest today was the Marlins taking their GM Dan Jennings and putting him in the dugout. A rather unconventional move.
Wow. That's really putting your GM in the hot seat.
It's not the first time that's ever happened that a GM has been moved into the dugout. But the job descriptions have changed so much over the years that it's a little odd. And Miami's playing tonight with Jennings running the show. There was a time when the Phillies moved Paul Owens from the GM's job into the dugout back in the 80s. Strike 3 called. Carpenter caught looking. Third strikeout for Harvey.
Thought it was low. Backdoor slide ball. Borderline. Might have an argument. Had plenty of plate. He just thought it was down. Right down the piperoni. Really a good pitch to hit, but he's one of those guys that he's a table setter.
Here's Matt Holliday, who reached on an error by Campbell his first time up. Anyway, after Paul Owens changed jobs, he was asked, what's the biggest change for you going from the GM's office to being the manager? He said, standing for 9 innings.
Oh, that's a painting with a broad brush.
Little tapper back to the mound. A little confusion, but Harvey makes the play. Plawecki was going to go for it, but Harvey trumped him, and he throws out Holliday to end the inning. Plawecki calls, Harvey ignores. 1-2-3 inning.
Robin can't overrule back.
Lackey, who's retired the first 6 Mets. Plawecki hit a home run yesterday, batting at .226. He takes high, and Plawecki's backup Anthony Recker is standing by outside the Mets clubhouse with Steve Gelbs, whose report tonight is brought to you by Prism. Steve?
Thanks a lot, Gary. Anthony, when you're not starting a game, you're watching Matt Harvey on the mound there, how different is what you're watching than the other position players on the team in terms of pitch selection, pitch sequence, things like that?
Yeah, I'd say, I don't know, how much the view is different, but I'd say I'm definitely looking for different things, from the dugout, trying to see what's working that night, whether it's for Harvey or what's working against, their hitters. So, I'm just trying to get a feel for the game, get a feel for the flow of the game, and see what works against these guys and how to get them out.
How much different is the life of a backup catcher than other bench players in terms of the amount of preparation you do before the game on opposing hitters, not knowing when your number is going to be called?
I think it's pretty extensive. I think, if anything, I'd probably do a little bit more work, because I could get thrown in there at any time, whether it's late in the game for a double switch or defense, whatever the case may be, an injury or obviously when I get a start, on a day game. So I do a lot of preparation. There's a lot of homework that goes into it, studying the hitters and knowing how we're going to pitch them and how we're going to defend them too. Tuffle does a good job with the infield reports, and I try to look at those too, see where the infielders are going to be, so we know where we want them to hit the ball.
3 catchers on the roster right now. How different does that make your daily routine than when there's 2 catchers on the roster, when maybe you wouldn't be a pinch hit candidate as much as you could be now?
It's definitely a little more fun. It gives me a little more, something to do during the games. Get ready and get loose, and I got to stay mentally sharp throughout the game because there's a really good chance I could pinch hit. I think I've only had one since we've had 3 catchers, but there have been several times where I've been told, hey, get ready, you're going to hit third, you're going to hit fifth, you're going to hit, wherever. Those spots just might not have come up, in the lineup, when they told me that. But, definitely trying to keep yourself more active, stay loose, and a little more aware and ready to go.
Anthony, what is it about this pitching staff this year that differs so much from last year in terms of the low walk total? Last year, 4th highest in the league. This year, lowest by far.
We're placing a lot of emphasis on getting ahead of guys, early. Just get ahead. And then once we've done a really good job of just keeping our focus and making good pitches after that. But I would say definitely, we just do a great job of getting ahead, throwing that strike one, that's the biggest thing. And then from there, it's just all about, trying to make your pitch and seeing if you can get a swing out of the aggressive guys and out of the non-aggressive guys, just seeing if you can keep pounding them with strikes.
I know you haven't caught Syndergaard's first 2 starts, either one of them, but what have you seen out of the rookie?
It looks like he's attacking the zone, throwing a lot of strikes, yesterday especially. His first game he had a few walks. Yesterday he looked like he controlled the zone a lot better. Kept the ball down pretty well, and didn't look like he wasn't scared, to come in on guys, and he uses his changeup and his breaking ball in pretty much any situation, which is really nice. It's always great to have a couple pitches you can go to at any time, and it looks like he does. So I know in previous years he was kind of more of a 2-pitch guy. This year it looks like he's got 3, pretty polished pitches.
Anthony Recker, thanks for the time.
Absolutely.
Gary?
Thanks very much, Steve, and thanks to Anthony. 1-2-3 inning for Lackey. He's gone perfectly through the first 3 innings. No score at Citi Field.
Harvey's given up 2 hits. John Lackey's given up none over the first 3 innings. Peralta had the first hit, a ringing double to left field. And the only thing that stands between Harvey and being down in this game 1-0 was a terrific play by Michael Kadire in left field to cut off Peralta's double and keep Matt Holliday from scoring from first base. That's off his foot, a foul ball, and it's 0-2 to Peralta.
It just seems like this year with Matt Harvey, Garrett, this is his 8th start, so it's a big slice. I mean, he's almost after this start. It's a quarter of his starts if he does his 32 on the course of a season, and he's just figured it out. It just seems effortless. Not overthrowing, command of 4 pitches.
So you see a distinct difference in Harvey this year compared to 2 years ago?
Yes, I do. I see less overthrowing. I don't see any overthrowing. And there's times when he puts something extra on his fastball, it doesn't give it away. It's still the same motion. He's figured it out.
Career ERA of 2.37.
That's pretty good.
Well,
hopefully they're going to add around 200 more starts on there at least.
0-2 to Peralta. Driven out to right field. Granderson chasing toward the line, and it's foul out of play. This is my favorite Matt Harvey stat, just talking about his dominance. 43 career starts. In 22 of them, he's either allowed no runs or 1 run. There's only one other pitcher in the last 100 years who've had that kind of start to their career, and that was Dwight Gooden.
So the Met fans have been blessed. And this guy's career is budding or blossoming, whatever you want, whatever term. They both work.
Burgeoning.
Yes.
And now with Syndergaard and DeGrom and Matt's on the way and Wheeler on the shelf, but presumably back next year. What a cadre of young pitching.
Oh, I tell you what, DeGrom's last start against Milwaukee was his best start of the year. Kept the ball down. That's been his problem, was getting up. I thought he threw terrific. He's back on the beam. Let's hope. I am excited as heck about Syndergaard, Gary. What I've seen.
8th pitch of the at bat misses outside. Sorry, Keith.
It's okay. I'm just really excited about Syndergaard. Now, I had never got a chance to see him pitch that much in spring training. I never seemed to have the games that he pitched, and I've seen him twice now on this level.
Peralta lays off and stopped the swing in time, and that's a leadoff walk.
Nice at bat for Peralta, who was not a guy that walks and not known. So you know what happens, Gary, when you face the good pitchers is that you bear down more, number one, because you have to, because why the best pitchers have the best stuff. You really got to be set and be ready.
Well, we saw a very interesting stat from Elias today regarding Harvey and some of the better pitchers in the game, which I thought was illuminating. Here's Matt Adams, a rifle shot past Murphy and into right field. Peralta hustles into second, and the Cardinals have the first 2 men on, and there was Matt Adams going after the first pitch and getting a base hit.
Well, you got to be careful, Matt, here, keeping the ball down to left-hand hitters. That was supposed to be a backdoor slider, and it came right down the middle. And that ball was smoked.
Well, this is what I was about to talk about. Hitters swinging at the first pitch against Harvey. Opponents have swung at the first pitch against Matt coming into today. 41% of the plate appearances. That's the highest rate against any major league pitchers. And the guys right behind him on that list are some of the best pitchers in the game.
Particularly the first 3, Harvey, Scherzer, and Kershaw. And the reason for that is, Garrett, and after this pitch I'll explain. I'll give you my reasoning. When I face the tough pitchers, I don't want to have an extended count against them. I don't want to have a deep count against Tom Seaver or Steve Carlton, or Don Sutton. If I get a pitch I like my first at bat, I want to get out of that box. If they give me a first pitch fastball and it's a right-hander, I feel I can cover the plate, the entire plate. I'm going up the middle and I'm getting out of that box. What makes the great pitchers are the great pitchers have secondary pitches. major league hitters can hit fastballs. And if they have a great curveball and an off-speed pitch as a secondary pitch, and you don't even need a secondary a changeup if they have a great curve or slider. I don't want to get into a 7-pitch at bat against them. I'm looking for a fastball first pitch. I'm going up the middle. And like I said, against a right-hander, I felt I can cover the entire plate. So that means I can cover every fastball, try to lay off up and in. That's the toughest pitch, because it's my pitch to hit. And if they throw a hanging curveball, I'm there to hit that too.
Molina swung at the first pitch and got a base hit his first time up. And the curveball pulled foul. Well, as a consequence, because everybody's up there swinging at the first pitch, Harvey's had the lowest percentage of 1-0 counts of any pitcher, and that it almost snowballs the whole equation in his favor.
Well, you've also got to take into account that he's got 7 walks, 1 intentional, and 46 2/3. You know, he throws strikes.
Got a jam to work out of here. First and second, and nobody out. 1-2 to Molina. Milwaukee setting up inside, and Matt misses low with the fastball. 2-2. Jason Hayward waiting on deck. Still wearing that guard on his helmet after getting hit by John Neese a couple of years ago.
Remember, Molina, one of the better 2-strike hitters in the game, particularly in the National League. He goes wide, he goes the other way.
6-time All-Star who has only gotten better with the bat as his career has gone along. And he goes down swinging on the slider. So Harvey gets a big strikeout. First out of the inning, his 4th strikeout of the night.
Not too often you see Molina look this bad with 2 strikes. That's how nasty that slider was. And there's the grip. 2-seamer, and always getting the 4 seams. And that is just a beautiful pitch.
So 1 out. Now Jason Hayward, who lined out to left field his first time up. Hayward's gotten off to somewhat of a slow start offensively for the Cardinals. Came over in the trade from Atlanta in exchange for Shelby Miller, who came within 1 out of a no-hitter for the Braves yesterday. That's the trade, and so far you'd have to say the Braves have gotten the best of that.
And the Braves got a minor league prospect with that also. A good one.
Line caught by Flores. It'll be a double play. Wilmer Flores laying out and picking off the line drive before it can hit the dirt.
Well, Matt Harvey in a little bit of trouble. Get some glove right there. Some nice glove work. Nice play by Wilmer.
Peralta doubled off on the 6-4 double play. Still no score. Curtis Granderson leads off the home 4th inning. Second time around the batting order for Lackey, who's gone perfectly through the Mets. First 3 innings. Granderson was caught looking on a close pitch his first time up. Well, the Mets offense came alive the last 2 days, and in each of those games against the Brewers, the 4th inning was the charm. 10 runs in the 4th inning on Saturday, 3 runs in the 4th inning yesterday. See whether they can do the same against Lackey. Eric Campbell to follow, and then Lucas Duda in the 4th. Granderson whips one down the line. That's a fair ball going to the corner. But Noah Glover Hayward over to play it. Granderson digging for second and slides in safely with a leadoff double. So the Mets have their first base runner of the night.
Tried to come inside. Molina set up in. Cutter that didn't cut. Stayed too much of the plate. And Curtis makes him pay.
Curtis knew he had to hustle because Hayward has a terrific arm, great fly catcher. We've seen way too much of Jason Hayward robbing the Mets the last few years.
In various positions in the outfield.
Remember the catch he made in center field against Justin Turner a couple of years ago?
I do.
Here's Eric Campbell. He hits one the other way. That'll advance the runner. Adams in the race to the bag. Gets there to retire Campbell, but a productive out for Eric Campbell. Gets Granderson over to third.
Watch where Adams has positioned himself here. It should be a base hit. Look where he's at. You're going to get beat down the line more than you are in the hole. And I love that positioning. That's where I used to like to play right-handers. Take away that hole from them. The ball down the line is going to be a double anyway.
So the Cardinals are going to bring their infield in, shifted with the infield in. Look at Carpenter standing on third. And then the 3 infielders on the right side.
Oh my goodness. You better pitch him in.
So they're keeping Granderson from getting any kind of a lead.
I don't understand that at one bit.
It takes away the contact play, doesn't it?
Are you going to squeeze with Lucas? No.
But in terms of a contact play on a ground ball.
But you can take, I don't care if he's standing on the bat like he is, you take your normal lead. Because he's still, if he comes over, he's still got to make his move. You can come down the line 10 feet. It's like it's just a reverse of a first baseman holding you on. Correct?
I've never seen this before, so it's hard for me to know, and I guess it's hard for Granderson to know because whoever plays this way. This is something very different.
I just don't understand why you would give up so much of your defense. Because the squeeze is out of the question.
I think they're figuring Lucas isn't going to hit it to that side of the field anyway.
But what's the point? I don't get the point. I mean, Lackey hasn't got a move to third base. It's something you don't practice.
I would have to believe it's to create a play at the plate on a ground ball if the Mets have a contact play on, to give the infielder a better chance of throwing out Granderson at the plate. Why else would you do it?
Well, you don't have to be on the get under the cut of the grass. You know, you're 10 feet away where the inverted part of the infield grass cut is. Get out there where the angle is. It's silly. I don't get it.
1-2 to Duda, who lined out to center. A great catch by Grichuk his first time up, and it's right at his feet. Molina throws to third. Granderson able to get back.
I mean, not to belabor a point here, but we've seen over many years when there is a squeeze play potential. Look at Molina trying to catch him asleep, not Curtis alert. Is that the third baseman plays in, but on the cut of the grass, and he can fake to third base, like, you know, just to kind of make the runner take a step back. This is overkill, I think.
Duda got jammed, but got a piece of it to stay alive.
Notice in this at bat, it's been big shift on the right side of the infield for Pohl and pitching Duda in. Be foolish to pitch him away. If you did, it would have to be an off-speed pitch and hopes to get him to roll over. But you've got, if you're going to play defense like this and leave the left side of the infield open like it is, exposed, you've got to pound him in. He's off the bag now, and
The fastball away, and they've moved Carpenter off. See what he's doing there?
Toward the middle of the diamond, that gets through for a base hit, and it'll bring in the first run of the game. For all the Cardinal machinations, they did not have anybody on the left side of the bag, and that's where Duda hit it, and the Mets grab a 1-0 lead.
And the first pitch he threw away. And there's the defense set up. 3 ducks in a row right there. And that was the first pitch away, Garrett. And Duda stayed in. Watch the front shoulder. Well done. I said if they're going to do anything, an off-speed pitch away to hope to get him to roll over. Well, he didn't.
Well, this is something we've seen from Lucas this year, that willingness to take that outside pitch to the left side of the field. And the Mets have the game's first run. Now Kadire, who grounded out to third base his first time. And he fouls back the fastball. Well, I found that all very fascinating. But unfortunately for the Cardinals, and you hit it right on the head, if you're going to work Duda away, you can't play your defense that way.
Right.
And Duda ended up taking advantage.
Well, they pounded him in. They thought they can finally maybe get him out in front with a changeup away, and it was a good pitch. Good hitting by Lucas.
I wonder how Lackey felt about all of that. You know, he's been a ground ball pitcher his whole career, and to see the third baseman basically taken out of the play, standing on third, and everybody else playing in and on the right side.
Well, if you're going to pitch him in like he did consistently, the one pitch away was the one they got hurt on, then I'm sure he's happy with it, but he probably should have stayed in.
Kadire hits a double play ball. Peralta with the backhand, Wong with the turn, and that retires the side. 6-4-3 double play, but the Mets cash the game's first run. Granderson a double, Duda gets him home. 1-0 New York. Pitch-by-pitch coverage, player cards, and in-depth stats. Check out SNY Game Day on SNY.TV, your online home of all things New York sports. There's your run, Matt. 1-0 New York as we go to the fifth. Harvey's made some mistakes tonight. He's given up some hard-hit balls, but only 3 hits. He's walked 1, struck out 4, and now he's got a lead for the first time. He'll face 8, 9, and 1 on the order. Randall Grichuk will lead off. He struck out Grichuk on a curveball his first time up.
He dispatched him on 3 pitches. Just overmatched him the first at bat.
17 hitters, 14 first pitch strikes, and 8 of the 17 have swung at the first pitch. So that's an even higher percentage than the 41% that Harvey was at going into the night. Hitters swinging at first pitches. The pitcher Lackey on deck, and then Colton Wong in the fifth. Matt threw 7 scoreless innings against the Cubs his last time out, threw exactly 100 pitches, left with a 1-0 lead, but the bullpen couldn't hold it. And it's been a far too common experience in Matt's career. He's now made 8 starts in the major leagues, including that last one, in which he didn't get a win, despite going at least 7 innings and not allowing more than a run.
Ooh, threw that one by him.
Takes care of Grichuk in short order. Second time he's fanned Grichuk, his 5th strikeout.
He dialed it up here, 97, and he gets Grichuk shaking his head as he walks back to the dugout. He just gassed him.
Low curveball the first time, high fastball the second time. And now Lackey, who looked at 3 pitches and struck out his first time, and he looks another one. Is he planning to try and swing?
Well, he swung at the first pitch, his first at bat, which I never understand. Pitcher should always take until he gets a strike, unless they can hit. I wouldn't recommend that to the Mets group over there. They can swing the bat.
There's a good swing for a guy who has not swung the bat much in his 13 years in the big leagues.
You know what this swing is? I'm going to swing, and I hope I just get lucky and make contact.
You never know, right?
He might square it up. If he throws him a wrinkle here, it's going to be awful.
There you go. Slider to strike him out. 6 strikeouts for Harvey. 2 out and nobody on.
I always love that term, wrinkle, for a breaking ball.
Tomorrow I'll get the latest from Citi Field as the Mets get ready for Game 2 against the Cardinals, plus all the reaction from tonight's Rangers matchup against the Lightning on Daily News Live, presented by Citi, tomorrow at 5, only on SNY. Colton Wong, who's hit 2 balls to right field, both caught by Granderson.
A little bit concerned with the left-hand batters, and there's 4 of them in this lineup. Matt's been throwing them down the knees, and I'd like it better upstairs against these left-handers.
He's only given up 1 hit to a lefty, to Adams, but several hard hit balls.
Wong hit a bullet to right field his last at bat on a pitch down.
That's a good looking fastball for a strike, 1-1. See, he's held the lefties to a lower average, but all 4 home runs against him have been by lefties.
Pounding in. I love it. Keeping him honest. It's fun to watch Harvey pitch. He's very intelligent. He knows what he's doing. Everything has a purpose.
We mentioned the rotating leadoff spot for the Cardinals. Mike Matheny has used 5 different leadoff hitters in the last 8 games, and now 4 different leadoff hitters in the last 4 games. So he's still trying to figure out that spot. Carpenter's done a lot of leading off. Hayward led off a game over the weekend. 2-2 to Wong. Fouls back that 97-mile-an-hour heat.
And when you have a free and easy motion, effortless motion like Matt, it can put hitters, it can mesmerize them, and all of a sudden that nice easy motion, and boom, there's the ball. That was my John Madden impression. It can blow you to sleep. You don't think that guy can bust it up there. Then, you know, the first time through the order, and then you go your first at bat against him, and you go, oh, okay, I better get a little more set. It's deceptive. You know, windups nicely. He's bringing it, and you got to get a little more ready.
Can you do another boom?
No, I won't do boom.
Seventh pitch of the at bat to Wong, and the breaking ball line foul. I mean, it really worked for John in the booth, but also in his endorsements.
Oh, wow.
You know?
No, why I said boom was because I realized I was talking, and Matt got in his windup. So that was the quickest way to get out of it.
Boom.
Yes.
Like boom goes the dynamite. Again, the 2-2, and Wong just got a piece of that nasty pitch.
I'll tell you what, it's pretty good at bat here. He's pretty much faced the kitchen sink from Harvey. That's a tough pitch to fight off.
Look at the smile. Saw a lot of those wry grins from the Brewers yesterday facing Syndergaard. Got to go home and change masks between yesterday and today, from Thor to the Dark Knight. Long pulls that one foul. Around on that inside fastball. So it's building Harvey's pitch count here in the 5th with 2 out and nobody on. Already 9 pitches deep in this at bat.
Ah.
Isn't hers.
It's not Catwoman, is it?
Julie Newmar. Struck him out. Wow. On the 10th pitch of the at bat, Harvey strikes out Wong. Matt strikes out the side in the 5th. Halfway through, 1-0 Mets. Managers challenges, no challenges so far. The JetBlue 5th inning recap. Matt Harvey with a 1-0 lead over the Cardinals and John Lackey thanks to Lucas Duda's shift beating base hit. 7 strikeouts in 5 innings for Matt. Lackey has struck out 3. Daniel Murphy leads off in the home 5th. And takes a strike. Murphy swung at the first pitch he saw from Lackey and broke his bat and hit a soft liner to second. Murphy, Flores, and Plawecki 5, 6, and 7 in the Mets batting order. First time this year the Mets are wearing the camo jerseys. What I remember most about the camo jerseys last year, that's what Jacob deGrom was wearing when he struck out the first 8 against Miami.
That's right.
Chance for Wong, and he takes care of Murphy, 1 away. I'm sure a statistician will find for us the Mets record in the camo jerseys last year. He just shrugged his shoulders as if to say, I'm not sure I can figure that out.
I don't think that will be in the computer bank.
You don't think so?
I don't think so.
Somebody is keeping track of it. It's a website called uniwatch.com. I'm sure they have. Yeah. They keep track of every little subtlety in every uniform.
People got nothing better to do.
Sometimes. What they're doing is carving out a niche for themselves. If you can be an expert in one sliver of an area, you can dominate your field. Flores fly deep to left his first time up. Holiday made a pretty nice play going back on the warning track. And Lackey now behind him 2-0. A breaking ball from Lackey. John Lackey almost got
Yeah.
nailed by that return throw from Molina.
I think he had something in his eye when the throw came at him. Watch, I think he's. Nope. What's he doing? Oh, he looked up into the lights.
Oh, got the lights in his eye?
Yep.
Well, that'll happen to people in New York.
Ooh. Yes.
You're blaming it all on the lights on Broadway. Strikes out Flores for the second out. So 2 out and nobody on. Tonight's game changer brought to you by T-Mobile. Yadier Molina's won 7 straight Gold Gloves, the longest current streak, and only 2 catchers have won more since they started handing out the gold in the 50s.
Johnny Bench, the greatest catcher I ever, all-around catcher I ever saw.
Better than Pudge Rodriguez?
I didn't see much of Pudge, so I was the other league.
Mostly in the American League.
Yeah, so I can't go there. But Johnny Bench was incredibly athletic, incredibly quick for a big guy, incredible clutch hitter.
Zalewski fly deep to right his first time. He lifts this one well to right center, but playable for Grichuk. And that retires the side. So Lackey sets the Mets down 1-2-3 in the bottom of the 5th. Matt Harvey heads back to the mound for the 6th with a 1-0 lead. Any game that features a shot of the Chrysler Building is a good game.
That is a beautiful building, and I actually was once invited to a party up in the Chrysler Building in one of the upper areas. Well, there's a trivia question. Go ahead and read it.
Oh, I didn't see a trivia question. Oh, there it is. Which player has the most hits in Cardinals postseason history? That takes a lot of territory.
Yes, it does.
Matt Carpenter leads off and takes inside ball 1. Yeah, you were saying?
It was a party and up in one of those condos up there, and it must have been some multi-millionaire's pad in the 20s. I was just stunned, all the woodwork, and it was like my jaw dropping. I'll never forget it. Beautiful.
It's like you'd walked into the world of J.P. Morgan.
Something like that.
John D. Rockefeller.
My goodness, what a pad.
1-1 to Carpenter leading off the 6th. And he takes a strike on the outside. Over the last 3 seasons, going back to the beginning of 2013, Matt Carpenter has hit more doubles, 104 doubles, than anybody else in the game. In fact, the next highest total of doubles in that stretch is 90. So he has 14 more doubles than anybody else in the game. Here, a mere strikeout. Second time he's been struck out tonight. And the 8th for Matt Harvey.
4 in a row. And that's a tough strikeout right there. Wong and Carpenter, tough strikeouts. Changeup.
Pitch he has not used a whole lot tonight. Here's Matt Holliday. He's 0 for 2. Reached on there, hit a comebacker. And he rifles one down the left field line. That's a base hit. Chased by Kadire. Holliday takes the turn. Going to try for 2. Here's Kadire's throw. It skips on by Murphy. It's a double for Holliday. And the Cardinals have the tying run in scoring position.
Another first ball fastball. Garrett, the right-handers today. Peralta, Molina, and now Carpenter on those. Oh, actually, Peralta's wasn't. Molina's wasn't a first ball. But Holliday hustling hard. And boy, he looks like he's in pain when he's running, doesn't he?
He almost hurt his left arm there. Got tucked underneath his body inadvertently. So now Peralta, who's doubled and walked tonight, tying run at second and 1 out. And he goes after the first pitch and fouls it off.
Well, you take a look, folks, and tell us if we're correct in our estimation here. It just looks like he's hurting.
Watch his left arm when he slides.
Yep.
But he appears to be all right. Terrific hitter. 6-time All-Star. And Harvey out in front of Peralta. 0-2. Matt has gone at least 6 innings in 11 straight starts dating back to 2013. Trying to work around Holliday's double here in the 6th tonight. 1-2 to Peralta. Bounces that one. Change up 2-2.
I've always felt when you have outstanding stuff and outstanding breaking stuff and sharp breaking stuff, when you're 0-2 and 1-2, you don't have to throw a strike. You can throw it in the dirt and see if the hitter will fish, because it's such a tough pitch to lay off.
2-2 to Peralta. And the curveball fouled off. That one came off his leg. Well, we have the answer to our question. Mets record in camouflage jerseys last year.
Oh.
4-4.
All right, well, it's not a negative.
Even money. Like American Pharaoh. Another long at bat for Peralta. And he bounces one foul.
And notice the grip on that ball right there that our director so brilliantly showed you folks. He had the 3-finger grip. That's a changeup. Beautiful. What will we do without Bill?
Punt.
Talk about Bill Webb, our director.
7th pitch of the at bat from Harvey to Peralta. Peralta giving himself another good accounting.
I tell you what, they are battling Matt Harvey here. There's so many Matts in this game. There's a Matt Holliday, there's a Matt Adams, there's a Matt Carpenter, there's a Matt Harvey, excuse me. Jeez, get me confused.
Again, he runs a full count to Peralta, the only batter he's walked tonight.
And he does not want to walk Peralta here with the big left-hand bat up next. Be no open base. You could pick, for the open base, and you get this guy out, then you can kind of pitch him any way you want, and if you fall behind, you can walk him.
9th pitch of the at bat coming. And he struck him out. Went to the curveball, and he gets Peralta a big second out. Strikeout number 9 for Harvey.
This is wicked. Look at the down break. Gosh, he's good.
So Harvey matches his season high with 9 strikeouts. Third time he's done that this year.
And there's the grip. You see that index finger on the seam. Gives him a little traction to get that good spin rotation on the ball. That's the key.
So now 2 outs. Holiday at second and Adams at the plate. Adams had a base hit his last time up, and he takes a fastball letter high for a strike.
Yeah, he's throwing hard, Mr. Adams.
Adams base hit to right in the 4th, just his 3rd hit in his last 35 at bats. Curveball lifted to shallow right. Granderson coming on to call off Murphy. Side retired. Harvey works around Holiday's double in the 6th. 6 scoreless for Matt in a 1-0 Met lead. Harvey's been a shade better. Mets with a 1-0 lead. Harvey has struck out 9. Lackey's allowed just 2 hits through 5 and no walks to go with his 4 strikeouts. Tomorrow night, game 2 of the series, Jonathan Neese goes for the Mets, and Michael Wacha, who's 5-0, pitches for the Cardinals. Our coverage begins 6 o'clock tomorrow night on SNY. Matt Harvey up for the 2nd time, leading off in the home 6th against Lackey. Harvey struck out looking his first time up.
Well, they found out real quick that Matt swings a pretty good bat, and they found out last year. And they're not going to pitch him like a patsy.
Who was your pick to click when we asked who was the next Met pitcher who was going to hit a home run?
I don't think I got involved.
Did you weigh in on that?
I did not.
I picked Harvey. I think Ronnie picked Neese. Peralta grabs it and throws out Harvey. The last to hit a home run was Jeremy Hefner.
Syndergaard.
That's a good call. Let's check in with the studio for a game break with Doug Williams. No fear there.
Well, good that he got to face first time back a lefty.
Here's Juan Lagares, who struck out his first time up tonight. Lagares hitting 9th for the 2nd straight day. Had 2 hits out of that 9-hole in yesterday's game. Well, so far, Dan Jennings' debut as manager is going much like Mike Redmond's last game as manager. Marlins are being shut out. They do have 3 hits tonight, or 4 now, which is better than they did yesterday. And they nearly got no hit by Shelby Miller.
I like the way the Cardinals are positioned defensively against Lagares. If you notice in the outfield, shaded to the opposite field. Look at the right fielder Haywood almost down the line, and Williams taking away that hole. I'm sorry, now Adams taking away. I'm just messing up names tonight. Adams at first base, way off the line, taking that hole away.
Do you think Hayward should be as deep as he is in right?
Yes, because Juan's got some pop. I wouldn't have him so close to the line. I'd have him actually a little more out towards the 370 by the just left of the Honda sign. There you go. Thank you. And just to take that gap. Juan's basically, he drives that gap in right center field.
We're just listening to you.
Oh, shut up, then.
Right back to Lackey. And Lagares retired, 2 out. That's 6 in a row retired by Lackey. Well, we gave you a subliminal glimpse. So there it is, your city probables for the remainder of the series. We mentioned Nice against Waka tomorrow night. Bartolo Colon, trying to bounce back from a rough outing, goes against Carlos Martinez, who's been struggling to get deep in games on Wednesday night. Then Jacob deGrom Thursday afternoon against Jaime Garcia, coming back from a shoulder injury. It'll be his first start of the season. Third time around the batting order now. Here's Granderson, who doubled and scored the only run of this game. Curtis pulled one down the right field line. Moved to third on Campbell's ground out and scored on Duda's base hit.
Well, this has got to be a gift from the gods for the Cardinals pitching staff. Gary, you mentioned earlier that the Cardinals rotation has not been going deep in games, and that's why they've added the extra guy in the bullpen.
They've got 9 relievers right now because they only have 4 bench players and 4 starters on their roster. Granderson strikes out to end the inning. So Lackey doing his job. He struck out 5. He's retired 7 in a row, but Matt Harvey's still with a 1-0 lead going to the 7th. Special event program. 7 scoreless against the Cubs his last outing. 6 scoreless against the tough hitting Cardinals tonight. And a 1-0 lead for the Mets as we go to the 7th.
Shades of his last start in Chicago, Gare.
That was also a 1-0 game. Yadier Molina leads off in the 7th. Molina has one of the 4 hits against Harvey, a first pitch single back in the 2nd. Then he struck out in a big spot in the 4th with 2 men on. Harvey has walked 1, struck out 9. Just threw his 88th pitch of the night. Molina lines one to left center, and that's going to get down for a base hit. Lagares gets over to cut it off, and Molina will stop at first. So Molina with his 2nd hit of the night, and the Cardinals 5th. And St. Louis has the leadoff man on for the 3rd time.
Slider, too much plate. Excuse me, too much plate on that slider. Had it down, but not away.
So now Jason Hayward has hit 2 balls hard tonight with no result. He lined out to Gudire in left, and then he lined into a double play with Flores making a diving stop to start it. And Harvey works the fastball inside for ball 1. So Hayward, who has a home run in his career against Harvey. 2 liners, no hits. Molina, very slow runner at first, nobody out. And Hayward taking his hand off the bat that time, takes a strike.
Taking all the way. If you're going to take as if you're going to hit it. You know, take your stride and take your take back as if you're going to attack. Get a good look at it.
Randall Grichuk, the 8-hitter on deck. And the pitch at Hayward's feet, 2-1. That's going to get some bullpen action going now with Harvey up over 90 pitches. He threw 100 in his last start in Chicago in 7 innings. Pitching on regular rest tonight for the 2nd straight start after that 2 days extra rest start in Philadelphia where he struggled. That's on the inside corner, a strike. Good changeup from Matt, 2-2. Alex Torres getting set to throw in the Mets bullpen. Harvey has struck out 9 tonight. And he misses high, 3-2. The Annapolis grad Mitch Harris up in the Cardinal bullpen.
He looks like an ensign.
Should get in the game on Military Monday. 3-2, nobody out. Molina at first, not likely to be running. And he's not. And Hayward hits a double play ball right at Murphy. Flores with a turn, double play, 2-man down. 2nd double play of the night for the Mets, 4-6-3.
Jammed him inside, hit it right, tailor-made. Molina doesn't run well, can't even get close, even attempt to break up a 2, but got in enough, jammed him enough. And I like how Matt has, when he's been in trouble, has gone after guys aggressively inside. And you can see towards the label, if he missed just 3-4 inches out over the plate, that'd have been a different story.
Now Grichuk, who's been overmatched so far tonight, a couple of strikeouts. Eric Goodell gets up alongside Alex Torres in the Mets bullpen. Grichuk lines one out to right, and Granderson eases back to get it. Side retired. 7 scoreless for a 2nd straight start for Matt Harvey. Can the Mets keep the lead this time? Tri-State dealers. Visit them on the web at searchmercedes.com. Get to Citi Field Friday, May 29th, when the Mets take on the Marlins at 7:10. All fans in attendance will receive a Mets t-shirt courtesy of Goya. For tickets, visit Mets.com/free shirt Fridays. Well, Matt Harvey did not appear to get handshakes when he went to the dugout. So at 97 pitches, it appears there's a chance he could start the 8th inning.
I think Terry wants this first game. It's a big series. And get it to Familia in the 9th.
Well, we're in a stretch now where Harvey will make 4 straight starts on regular rest. And generally, they've tried to keep him at 100, 105, somewhere in that range.
My feeling, if they get him over 100 this time, they'll be more careful next time.
Eric Campbell takes a breaking ball strike from John Lackey. Campbell's been up twice, grounded out twice. That's got their only run in the 4th inning, driven in by that man, Lucas Duda. Campbell, Duda, and Kadire trying to add to it against Lackey, who's been awfully good with a low pitch count tonight. Just his 66th pitch, pitching to his opening batter in the 7th.
That's pretty nicely done. He's been sharp.
Last start against Cleveland, he walked 5 batters in 5 1/3. He hasn't walked anybody tonight, or even come close. Normally an outstanding control pitcher, and he's been that in this game. He has not had a single 3-ball count all night long.
Usually when those good ones have a bad outing, they come back strong the next time out.
1-2 to Campbell, and breaking ball misses. 2-2. Randy Choate, the veteran left-hander. Seth Maness, the sinker balling right-hander, up in the Cardinal bullpen. You got Duda on deck if they wanted to go to the lefty. It hasn't been a very good formula for the opposition this year. Campbell lays off, and it's 3-2. First 3-ball count of the night for Lackey.
Campbell has a good eye, has a good knowledge of the strike zone. He's one of those guys you try to get him to fish like Lackey has done in this at bat. He doesn't bite too often.
More walks than strikeouts for Campbell so far this year, and you don't see too many guys with those numbers.
Fastball away.
3-2. Line drive, base hit.
Nice at bat.
So Campbell has just the Mets' 3rd hit of the night.
Well, just a beautiful at bat from Eric. Fastball away. Too much middle. Not a bad pitch, though. Just tip your hat.
So Campbell now 5 for 11 in 3 games since being called back up. And here's Duda, and the Cardinals are not going to shift quite as radically this time against Lucas.
They're taking the middle away from him.
He drills one down the line foul. Interesting, Peralta is playing exactly where Duda hit the ball the last time.
Yes.
And now they're going to shift after the first strike and move Carpenter over to the right side.
We've seen that a lot this year.
Taking away the potential bunt hit on the first pitch, and then figuring with 1 strike he's not going to try.
Well, Carpenter's played second base, so he can turn the pivot.
Ball and a strike to Duda. Lucas was robbed of a base hit his first time up. Grichuk made a diving catch in left center. And then he snuck the base hit up the middle to drive in the only run of the game in the 4th. And Peralta moving even closer to the bag at second now. Duda hits one to the right side. Carpenter gets it to Peralta and on to first for the 5-6-3 double play.
Well,
the Cardinals turn their second double play.
That's what they were hopeful of. Their Lucas's at bat when he drove in the run in the 4th. But this was an entirely different situation, so an entirely different approach from Lucas. You got a runner on third, less than 2 outs. You're just getting that runner in.
So 2 out and nobody on now for Kadire, who's 0 for 2 tonight. Lackey still throwing hard here in the 7th. Well, the Marlins have scored for their new manager Dan Jennings. JT Realmuto hits his first home run. Well, Lackey is due to lead off in the 8th inning, so this is probably it for him.
He's pitched a fine ball game.
It's deja vu right now for Matt Harvey, though, isn't it? Dyer goes down on the high fastball. 6 strikeouts for Lackey. So he throws 7 solid innings, and it looks like Harvey's going out there for the 8th. Mets with a 1-0 lead.
Good.
Leading off to face Harvey. Guy who spent his whole career in the American League figures no brainer. 76 pitches through 7. I'm staying in.
Well, he's getting ready to hit, and I don't care if you played 50 years in the American League. He wants to stay in.
But Mike Matheny says it's the 8th inning, bud. We're down. You can't bat. So Peter Borges pinch hitting, hits one off Harvey's glove, redirected to Murphy against the speedster. He gets Borges out. 1-4-3 for the first out of the 8th.
Nice recovery from Murph, and he knows he has to hurry. Beautiful. 2 hands. Well done.
Now Lackey's saying to himself, I could have done that.
I don't care if you're 50 years in the American League. You know you're coming out of the game. Wow. You're losing 1-0 in the 8th inning. You got to hang with them.
Here's Colton Wong, who's 0 for 3. Struck out his last time up. And he drives one to center field. On comes Lagares, but allowed to play it on a couple of hops. So Wong is aboard with a 1-out single. And you got Matt Carpenter coming up with a tying run on base. Well, Matt, when he has stayed in late in games, has often struggled. When he's over 100 pitches, he gives up over a 400 batting average. Well, he's right at 100 pitches right now. Dan Warthen's going to go out to the mound to take his temperature, so it looks like he'll get one more batter with Carpenter coming up.
Just giving him a bit of a rest here, a little breather. Wong, three stolen bases, caught 3 times. The Cardinals aren't a team that steals bases. They're 10th in the National League in stolen bases.
Well, Jerry's Familia is up in the 8th inning, so there is no messing around tonight for Terry Collins. He will go to his closer for 5 outs if necessary.
And that was the reason for Warthen going out there, to get Familia up.
So a huge batter here. Harvey has handled Carpenter so far tonight. A fly ball and 2 strikeouts. Amazing feeling when your home crowd is chanting your name.
I agree. And you see the defense right here. They're going to play Campbell off the line, not guarding the line. And I tend to agree with Terry here. Lucas has got to stay on the line and guard the line. Deep in the outfield.
Carpenter's an all-field hitter. Randy Choate, the left-hander. Mitch Harris, the right-hander. Up in the Mets, in the Cardinals bullpen. Murphy is due to lead off in the bottom of the 8th. Wong, the tying run at first. 3 steals on the year. And Carpenter takes a fastball inside, 1-1.
He is pitched inside very tactically in lots of at bats. He knows what he's doing.
This may well be his last batter, with Holiday standing on deck. Holiday drilled a double against him last time, and Familia should have enough time now to be ready. 1-1 to Carpenter. He misses low with the changeup. 2-1.
Well, these are the tough outs right here. You've got tough hitters coming up, 2 back-to-back. Cardinals know that this might be their last, well, not their last hurrah, but this is an opportunity here, and these hitters are going to be bearing down.
Cardinals scratched out a 2-1 win over the Tigers last night. Drilled to center. Lagares has it measured. 2 out. And Carpenter got a really good swing against that.
He got beat a little bit inside. Like he came in. No, he wants it away. Let's see where it is. Oh, it's down the middle. Got away with one there.
He's had a few like that tonight.
You can get away with your fastball when you got a good fastball. Make a bad pitch with your fastball. You're more inclined to get away with it than you are with a breaking ball.
Well, Harvey's going to stay in to face Matt Holliday. Holliday has the only extra base hit for the Cardinals tonight. A double his last time up. 1 for 3. Wong at first, 2 out. Ground ball for Flores. Makes the flip. Side retired.
A pump of the fist and a job extraordinarily well done by Matt Harvey. 8 scoreless innings.
1-0 Mets going to the bottom of the 8th. on SNY. Just go to sny.tv/kitcaster, submit an essay on the topic provided, and you'll be entered in the SNY Kitcaster contest presented by New York's 529 College Savings Program. Well, Matt Harvey very pumped up after getting through that 8th inning.
Well, he's an alpha male. Need more of those in this game of baseball.
His second straight scoreless start, now has 16 consecutive scoreless innings under his belt, and the 39-year-old southpaw Randy Choate will come in to face his one batter in the 8th inning.
Well, he will face just Murphy. You saw that. 17 games, only 7 1/3. He's what you'd call a specialist.
Murphy 1 for 6 in his career against Choate. Mitch Harris getting ready for the right-hand hitters to follow, Flores and Plawecki. Well, John Lackey pitched wonderfully tonight. 76 pitches in 7 innings. That's all. 1 run, 3 hits, no walks, 6 strikeouts. But right now on the short end. Murphy 0 for 2 tonight. And he takes a strike.
The Mets thus far, just look down here, have not left a runner on base.
Nope. They had 2 double plays turned against them. They've only had 3 base runners, and the other one scored.
So it's not a kudos to the offense. It's kudos to Lackey.
Randy Choate, his 15th big league season. Originally drafted by the Yankees. Kirk Neuenhuis getting the batting gloves on, ready, beardless.
Yes. It's amazing what you do when you're struggling. You try to change it. It's interesting how pitchers can go to their mouths now on the mound. It wasn't around in my day. You couldn't do that.
And the fastball in the inside corner gets Murphy looking, much to his dismay. Bill Miller punches him out for the first out. Let's check in with the studio. Doug Williams has another game break. 29-year-old Mitch Harris, 29-year-old rookie, because he spent 5 years serving his country in the Navy after graduating from Annapolis.
Roger Staubach.
Flores takes a strike. Jerry's Familia getting ready in the Mets bullpen. Cardinals signed Harris in 2008, and within weeks he began his training on the amphibious transport dock Ponce. Served a couple of deployments in the Middle East.
Oh, Wong mishandles the ground ball, recovers, but can't throw out Flores, and the Mets have a base runner.
Wong normally very sure-handed, unable to come up with it.
Do you rule that an error, Gary?
I would.
I think it's an error.
I mean, he would have had a relatively easy play to get Flores. They're going to score to hit, though.
Wow. Take it.
And wow, that was pretty close.
That was very close. They're looking, and it's going to be a tie base. Let's see if they have nothing to lose. I don't think they're going to win this, though. I think it's a tie base. It goes to the runner.
Well, did his foot hit the bag? Did he get enough?
Oh, yeah, he did.
Okay.
Yeah, he's on the back.
Then he's safe, and Matheny's not going to challenge. Waited for his replay coordinator to let him know. So the Mets, looking for an insurance run, have Flores at first and one out. Lecky has flied out twice tonight. First time he sent Hayward back to the warning track in right field. That's with just 4 hits tonight. That hit by Flores, the 4th. Anyway, Harris played on a couple of military baseball teams, just trying to keep his body in shape during his deployment. But can you imagine being out of the game for 5 years like that and still being able to make it to the big leagues?
That's the commitment when you go to the military academies.
For more on Mitch Harris, let's check in with Steve Gelb. Steve?
Well, guys, Mitch was saying pretty much just what you were talking about, how difficult that is to go 5 years without playing the sport of baseball. The best he could do was have a catch on the back of his ship while he was deployed, occasionally throw around a football, but said the hardest part about getting things going again in spring training in 2013, and the Cardinals were great about giving him a lot of time to get it back, but building back up that arm strength and getting his flexibility back, which he had lost a lot of.
Well, it's not like you're in the Army where you're out there on the parade ground where you can play catch. You know, you're out in the ocean on a ship.
Yep.
A little more difficult.
Jerry's Familia getting ready for the save chance in the 9th inning. One and one to Plawecki. And
Flores gets picked off.
I don't know where he was going. He's not a base stealer, but he took one false move, and Harris picks him off for the second out.
Well, the only thing that I can think of, Gary, is that it's a hit and run. But if it's a hit and run, you don't get picked off. You're not trying to steal a base. The hitter has to protect you. So he's definitely dead as a doornail.
Well, that's huge. So now 2 out and nobody on for Plawecki, who homered yesterday. And he hits one hard, and he's got a base hit. So a 2-out single for Plawecki, and that makes the pickoff loom even larger.
Now Johnny Manel will pinch it for Matt Harvey.
So Harvey officially done now after 8 innings, with 16 straight scoreless innings under his belt.
Nice to have 3 catchers, is it not? And both can swing the bat. One with a lot of power. Love having 3 catchers on a roster.
And Manel's got some pop from the left side as well. More of a line drive hitter than Recker. He pops this one foul. Coming up tonight, Geico Sports Night. Highlights from Game 2, Rangers Lightning. And Chris is in the market for summer pants. Can you give any recommendations?
I won't go there. I'm not going there.
Stay away from seersucker. Molina sets up inside, and Manel takes it right on the inside corner. 96 from Harris. And you can see why the Cardinals waited for Harris. He's got a good arm.
Yes, he does. Straight. He throws hard.
Juan Lagares would be next. Manel started yesterday, went 0 for 3 and a walk. He's in a 2-strike hole here. He takes the changeup outside, 1-2. They'll tapper. Molina has to go out to get it. And gets Manel by a stride to end the inning.
Piece of cake from Molina.
Familia on to pitch the 9th, looking to save it for Harvey.
1-0 Mets. Cardinals postseason history, and it is Yadier Molina. Mets fans will rue one of those hits. And looking at you, Aaron Hamlin. Darius Familia on to try and earn his 14th save.
Well, Familia has been wonderful. Look at the walks. Remember when he first came up, folks?
New York Mets baseball on SNY is brought to you by Citi. Citi is calling up a local restaurant to be featured at Citi Field this season. Vote for a favorite now at Mets.com/Citi call-ups. Not an easy stretch for Familia in the 9th with a 1-run lead. Peralta, Adams, and Molina. Peralta doubled, walked, and struck out against Matt Harvey tonight. And the first pitch slider is fouled off. Harvey threw 105 pitches in 8 innings, no runs, 6 hits, 1 walk, 9 strikeouts, and Matt lowered his season ERA to 1.98.
Do we have any consecutive scoreless innings now?
16 now.
16.
Last one against the Phillies, and then 7 against the Cubs. The quick pitch, grounded to short. Flores takes his time, throws out Peralta, 1 out. The Mets have not won a 1-0 game this year. In fact, you got to go back to June of last season in Miami, a memorable game when Zach Wheeler threw a 3-hit shutout against the Marlins for the Mets' last 1-0 win. Here's Matt Adams, 1 for 3 at a base hit to right field back in the 4th. Blows one past Adams, 0-1.
Wow. Keep the ball away. This guy's trying to hit a home run to tie it. Just run that hard sinker away. You want to try to pull that one out.
Quick pitch and a late swing foul. 0-2. For the hitters who don't face Familia often, that quick pitch always seems to have them on their heels.
Scouts should be on top of that, and they should be prepared and ready for it.
Familia tied with the Cardinal closer Trevor Rosenthal for the league lead in saves with 13. Rosenthal got his 13th last night. 0-2 to Matt Adams.
Line center field, base hit. Over goes Lagares deep in the gap to cut it off. Adams going to try. No, he slams on the brakes and stumbles. Murphy's throw, and Adams gets back.
Boy, Adams almost fell down and ran himself into an out.
Ahead in the count, 0-2, and throws a slider over the plate and gets hurt. Very aggressive right turn by Adams. He was going to get back. Murph almost threw it away. This ball smoked, and it looks like Adams, who's come in here in a slump, has found his stroke.
Well, after that misadventure, Adams will come out for a pinch runner.
Oh. Big guy.
Pete Cosmo will run for Adams at first base, carrying the tying run as Yadier Molina steps in. Molina 2 for 3 today. Cardinals now have 7 hits.
There goes Cosmo. It's a hit and run, and Molina dumps it in front of Granderson. Cosmo will go first to third. The Cardinals play hit and run, and they've got the tying run at third with 1 out.
Wow, wow, wow. And that's a veteran hitter. And this is why I love this play. You've got to know who your hitters are and who can do it. And if you're going to call, this is a big play right here. And you're asking a lot from your hitter, and it's the right guy, Molina. Beautiful. And the Mets are going to play the corners in and back for 2.
The ball's hit a little bit harder. Maybe Granderson catches that ball and turns a game-ending double play, but instead, tying run at third, potential go-ahead run at first. Dan Worthen out to the mound to talk to Familia before he goes after Jason Hayward.
Well, kudos to Mr. Matheny, the manager of the Cardinals.
Matt Belisle is throwing. Trevor Rosenthal is watching in the Cardinal bullpen. Rosenthal would only get the call if the Cardinals are able to take the lead here in the ninth. So Familia now has himself some very heavy lifting to do to try to avoid his first blown save of the year. See Hayward's numbers against Familia. He's already hit into 2 double plays today. A line drive double play in the 4th and a 4-6-3 double play in the 7th.
I hate to drop a Yogi on Harvey here, but it's like deja vu all over again.
See, Hayward's had trouble getting around a run from third. Just 104 this year.
Pretty much straight up on the infield. Corners will play home if it's hit slow.
And Hayward takes the sinker off the plate for ball 1. Randall Grichuk, the number 8 hitter on deck. And Hayward chases a pitch in the dirt, 1-1.
He brought the broom out here like he's going to sweep the floor. Watch this swing.
So Lecky does well to play it on a hop and keep Cosmo put at third.
That's a big difference. 1-1 and 2-0, Gary.
And Hayward watches the slider blowing in 2-1.
Yep. Advantage hitter.
To Hayward on the inside corner. That was nasty. 2-2.
Hayward thought that ball was inside. It wasn't high. Pretty good pitch.
Really not a pitch he could hit.
Oh, he hung it.
that slider that time, and Hayward fouled it back.
That was up and out over the plate. That was the pitch to get the fly ball 2 up.
Hayward has grounded into 8 double plays with his 1 tonight. That's more than he grounded into all of last year. That would love to see another on a sinker. Cosma the tying run at third. Molina the potential go-ahead run at first. 1 out. Two coming. And he misses with the slider. Full count.
No, he's staying with the slide ball. And he's going to throw it 2-2. He's going to throw it 3-2. No, they're going to go fastball. No, he wants to throw another slide ball. This is Familia's choice.
It's 3-2 to Jason Hayward.
In the air, not all that deep. In comes Granderson, tagging is Cosma. Here comes Cosma. Here comes the throw to the plate. And Cosma scores to tie the game. And down to second goes Molina. Jerry's Familia suffers his first blown save of the season as Hayward delivers the first Cardinal run with a sacrifice fly.
Well, there's the arm of Granderson that hurts here. We're going to do a pitching fastball away. Just misses. Slider down and in. Fished. Slider down and in. Ball 2. Good slider. 2-2. Hanger. He fouls back. Slider down and in. 3-2. And then that's ball 4 right there, Gary. He golfed that one. And if you have any kind of an average arm out in right field, you got to play at the plate.
Great base running by Molina to take second, so the go-ahead run is in scoring position with 2 out. And Randall Grichuk at the plate. Plawecki and Familia need a conversation. So after Familia had converted his first 13 save opportunities, he suffers a blown one tonight, and for the second straight start, Matt Harvey does not give up a run and winds up with a no decision.
And wisely, the back runner goes to second base because you can get in a rundown. The most important thing was getting the runner home.
Grichuk 0 for 3 tonight. Goes after that hard sinker. 0-1.
This ball is like when Mookie was red hot. He'd pick it off the ground. It's ball 4. That's around 2 inches off the ground.
And Grichuk overmatched, and it's 0-2. Grichuk struck out twice against Harvey. Last time up, though, he lined out to right field.
So Harvey, yet another no decision here. 2 in a row.
2 in a row in games he didn't allow a run. Both times left with a 1-0 lead. Both times that lead got away. Kevin Segrist, the left-hander. Trevor Rosenthal still watching. He'll start throwing if the Cardinals can take the lead. 0-2 to Grichuk. And he bounces the slider. 1-2. Mark Reynolds has come out on deck to pinch hit if Grichuk can keep the inning going.
First
and
blown.
we know the kind of damage Reynolds has done in this ballpark.
Yes, he has. He's an all-or-nothing guy. A lot of power. All fields. First blown save for Familia.
Nobody behind him. They're trying to get through the inning time, give the Mets a chance to win it in the bottom of the ninth. 1-2.
Struck him out. So he gets Grichuk to end the inning. But the Cardinals find the equalizer. The hit and run looming large, and Hayward gets the run in. Segrist will pitch the bottom of the ninth in a 1-1 game. the ninth.
Lagares accomplished with the glove, growing with the bat. And he will get the first crack for the Mets in the bottom of the ninth in a 1-1 game. Mets do not have a walk-off win this year. They're the only team in the majors that's yet to play an extra inning game. So one of those things is going to change tonight. Kevin Segrist will pitch. Pete Kozma, first ever major league appearance at first base.
And will Lagares try to take advantage of this? As you look at Kevin Segrist, the left-hander, he's been fantastic for the Cardinals. Look at his numbers are outstanding. But if you're going to bunt on a left-hander, you're going to push it down the first base side. And you got a guy that's never played first base, and he's not in Kozma. He is playing kind of in no man's land in between deep. You can put a bunt down.
They've got the third baseman Carpenter in against the threat of the bunt that way. Lagares 0 for 2 tonight, struck out and hit a comebacker against Lackey, and he takes the first pitch high from Segrist. Segrist 25 years old, his third year with the Cardinals. Granderson on deck, Campbell behind him, Hansel Robles up in the bullpen for the Mets. And Lagares takes a strike on the inside. 1-1.
I tell you what, home plate umpire Bill Miller has called a good game. He's been the low ball pitcher, but he's given the borderline corners both in and out, both sides of the plate to the pitcher. The pitcher's umpire.
94 beats Lagares 1-2.
Well, that takes away any option of a potential drag bunt. There's a
1-2 from Segrist on the inside corner, and he gets Lagares looking.
There's the corners that go the pitcher's way. We've seen a handful of hitters moaning and groaning about corner strikes. He's been consistent, Bill Miller, so I'm behind him. He's going to give. He's a pitcher's umpire. Let's take a look. That's too close to take, Garrett. That might be nipping.
So 1 out now. Granderson, who's scored the only Met run tonight, doubled and scored in the fourth. And he takes one at the knees for a strike. 0-1. It's been a rough go for Granderson against lefties this year. He's hit just 154 against left-handed pitching, 4 for 26. And Segrist throws a fastball by him, and it's 0-2.
I've not seen Segrist ever throw this hard. He is dialing it up, as we would say.
Average fastball velocity this year just under 93. Eric Campbell on deck. If the Mets can get anybody on, Lucas Duda would bat here in the ninth. 1-2 to Granderson.
Line drive, base hit. Hayward toward the line to play it. Granderson trying for 2. And Hayward can't get it cleanly, and Granderson has his second double, and the Mets have the winning run at second with 1 out.
Terrific at bat, behind the count. Oh, fastball right down the pipe. Curtis makes him play. Nice play in the corner by Hayward. That ball gets by him. That's the triple. Nice at bat, Curtis.
Well, they got the lefty in the game. They got Campbell at the plate and Duda on deck. Do you jump out of the frying pan into the fire and walk the right-hand hitter and pitch to Duda, who's hitting .390 against lefties?
I pitched to Campbell. There's the defense now setting up.
And they will indeed pitch to Campbell.
It's basically the rule. You're gonna, even though Campbell's not a rookie anymore, there's more experience in duty. You go after Campbell.
Granderson at second and 1 out. Campbell 1 for 3 tonight. And he checks the swing and takes a strike.
Well, there's no doubt what's coming with Segrist. He's just rearing back and firing.
Campbell's been a spark for the Mets since his return from Vegas. They won the last 2 days. He's gone 5 for 11 in the 3 games. Now looking at driving the game-winning run. And that's on the corner.
There's that borderline low strike. He's been consistent. They wanted it in, and he got it on the outer half of the outside corner, missing the other side.
A two-seamer from Segrist to get ahead 0-2. Duda is on deck. Long keeping Granderson close to second. 0-2 to Campbell. That's just off the corner. 1-2. Campbell takes it low. All-speed pitch from Segrist. 2-2.
Campbell can get into deep counts, can he?
Segrist making his 20th appearance. This Cardinal bullpen has been heavily used. Two to Campbell.
Line drive, foul.
Got a little bit out in front of that 95-mile-an-hour fastball.
Too quick. Wants it away. It's right down the middle.
Again, the 2-2. Struck him out with a changeup. Segrist with his second strikeout of the inning.
Right down the middle, got him out in front.
So now 2 out. Granderson still at second, and Lucas Duda coming up against the lefty. And it's been one of the big stories for the Mets this early season. Duda's complete turnaround against left-handed pitching. And don't think every team in the league doesn't know it.
And Peralta up the middle at short, as you see. Forget about Granderson. There's 2 outs. You're playing defense.
Duda's driven in the only Met run tonight. Segrist keeps it away from him.
A bit surprised Wong at second is not playing around maybe 10 feet out in the outfield grass. By 10 feet, you take away the lip of that grass for getting a potential bad hop.
Molina wants his entire infield to come out and talk about how they're going to play here.
This is Molina taking charge, the veteran. This is how I'm going to pitch him. This is what I'm calling. And we're going to play accordingly defensively. I think it's terrific.
When's the last time you saw a catcher come out to the mound and get his entire infield's attention?
Well,
I don't think I've seen that in ages.
He is the captain of this team. He is so into it. Love it. And look at the defense now. Was that? Is that kind of a dead giveaway? We're going to pitch him in? As a hitter, would I be thinking that? I think I would.
They move Peralta to the right side and leave Carpenter at third base. Open the shortstop hole, which is where Duda got his RBI hit earlier in the game.
Going away.
Keeps it off the plate. It's 2-0.
So maybe trying to trick. Okay, we're going to move the defense over. I'm thinking Duda's going to think they're going to pitch me in, and he calls it away. Didn't make the pitch for a strike.
So Robles getting ready in case there's a 10th inning. Duda trying to ensure there won't be one. Segrist behind him, 2-0. Kadire on deck. And they're being very careful with Duda. There's no right-hander throwing in the bullpen, so if Kadire comes up, it'll be Segrist to face him.
It's pick your poison here. I mean, you got a lefty, you got to go after Duda. I don't care if he's hitting 550.
To Lucas. And he'll take the walk. So Segrist pitching as though he wanted no part of Duda. And now he'll face Kadire.
Boy, oh boy, oh boy. I just think lefty Duda was the guy to go after. But right-handers hitting 190 against Segrist.
Well, Kadire, 4 RBIs the previous 2 games, but he's gone 0 for 3 tonight. Hasn't had the ball out of the infield. Trying to pick up Granderson from second with the winning run. 2 on and 2 out. And Kadire takes a fastball for a strike. So Segrist, after pitching very carefully to Duda, goes right after Kadire. Ball to strike.
Did you notice how Molina shifted inside there? I think he wanted that pitch in off the plate just as a message pitch.
Segrist last year had trouble with the long ball. This year he has been impeccable. 1-1 to Kadire. And a fastball strike. Kadire, the latest to turn to question Bill Mueller.
He's got a straight fastball and he's throwing it. You got to be going up there looking for that gas.
Granderson at second, Duda at first, 2 down. Segrist ahead on Kadire, 1-2. Molina asking for the high pitch, and he gets it up and in. 2-2. Boy, it's such a dead giveaway when a catcher stands up. You would think somebody would notice that, even if you're not peeking.
But what's the signal? You know,
I don't know.
You know,
that's it for you guys to figure out. 2-2 to Kadire. Molina sets up outside, and Kadire goes that way and fouls it off. Jerry's Familia suffering his first blown save. That's trying to get him the blown save win after Matt Harvey's 8 scoreless innings wind up in a no decision. 2 on, 2 out, 2-2 to Kadire. And he goes down swinging, and for the first time this year the Mets will play extra innings. Mets strand 2 in the bottom of the 9th. 1-1 heading for the 10th. Extra innings on SNY brought to you by Nissan. Choose Nissan today for great offers on their most exciting lineup ever. Shop ChooseNissan.com. First time we've been able to read that this year. Mets are playing their 39th game. Every other major league team has played an extra inning game, but the Mets tonight playing their first, and the rookie Hansel Robles will pitch the 10th.
Well, you see his numbers. Hard thrower. So far off to a good start. He's in the fire now here. He's got a tie ball game in extra innings.
Powerful Mark Reynolds will be the pinch hitter leading off in the top of the 10th. Batting for Segrist, who did a terrific job.
Well, in between innings here, two catchers. One's a manager, two heady guys. And I love this kind of communication. It's so wonderful for a manager to have a player like that, and on the infield to kind of be the field general. It's just a great capture right there by our cameras.
And of course, Matheny was such a terrific defensive catcher in his own right. Nobody would appreciate Molina more than he. 2-0 to Reynolds. Robles missing badly with the first two pitches, and Reynolds fouls back to fastball at 97. Robles pitched yesterday, worked a 1-2-3 8th inning. Matt Belisle up in the Cardinal bullpen, but if the Cardinals get the lead, you can be sure Trevor Rosenthal will get up. Colton Wong on deck, then Matt Carpenter against Robles. Now, Familia worked the 9th, gave up the run that tied the game. He threw 17 pitches in that 9th inning. And you wonder what the calculus was in deciding not to have Familia pitch the 10th.
Well, he's the only guy you use in your bullpen. You know what? It's a long season. You don't want to wear him down.
On good corner, 3-2.
Good strike, 3-1 from the youngster Robles. Knees in black, outside corner.
Three and 2 to Mark Reynolds, who strikes out a whole bunch. Makes contact. Murphy slides over and throws him out, one away. Let's see what's coming up on WB Mason postgame live. Checking with Gary Apple on the birthday board. Nelson Figueroa. All right, gentlemen, we'll get to you eventually. Never know. First extra inning game of the year. Might be time to make up for lost innings.
You think?
Colton Wong is 1 for 4 tonight. Had a base hit his last time up against Matt Harvey in the 8th. Harvey went 8, allowed no runs, 6 hits, 1 walk, 9 strikeouts. Matt has put together 16 consecutive scoreless innings, but for the second straight start, he did not allow a run. Left with a 1-0 lead, and the bullpen could not lock it down. Familia gave up the run in the 9th, the base hit to Adams, a hit and run single by Molina, sacrifice fly by Hayward, bringing in the Cardinals run. 0-2 to Wong with Matt Carpenter on deck. And he struck him out with a high fastball. Wow. Also, Robles has got some very impressive stuff.
Well, if Wong continues to swing up on the high pitches, he's going to have a hard time because he's not a powerful guy, not a home run hitter. He's got to level off on that high pitch.
So 2 out and nobody on. Now Carpenter is taking an 0 for 4 tonight. He doesn't get many of those. Carpenter missed 4 games last week with what was called extreme fatigue. He's a notorious hard worker, but that was a little unusual. He left the team for the weekend, went home to rest, came back this week, and has had a good week. Not
fatigue.
Not the only ball player who may be guilty of overworking.
I hope he's not taking the 1 o'clock bus to the ballpark.
Well, you know, Carpenter's an interesting story because he was a non-prospect in college at TCU, and then after he hurt his elbow his junior year, got a redshirt year and really committed himself to getting in shape, and has become something of a workout fanatic since then, and maybe carried it a little too far. 0-2 from Robles. Struck him out.
Hansel Robles blows away Matt Carpenter. Third time Carpenter's been struck out tonight.
Nice.
1, 2, 3 for Robles in the 10th. Murphy will lead off in the bottom of the inning.
Brought to you by your Mercedes-Benz Tri-State dealers. Visit them on the web at searchmercedes.com. 34-year-old Matt Belisle will pitch the bottom of the 10th.
Boy, he came up with Cincinnati in 2003. Traded over in 2009 to Colorado, and now with the Cardinals, he is a journeyman pitcher.
Daniel Murphy leads off in the bottom of the 10th. 0 for 3 on the night. Mike Matheny has flip-flopped his corner infielders. Matt Carpenter moves from third base to first base, and Pete Kozma, who had never played first base before, is now playing third base.
Oh, hammer. Full Murph. Backdoor breaking ball, got him out in front.
Murphy, Flores, and Plawecki for the Mets in the 10th, and Murph slashes one foul. The Cardinals are going with a 4-man bench. They only have 4 starters active, so they have 9 relief pitchers. So Mike Matheny's got plenty of arms in his bullpen. What he doesn't have is many people left on his bench, only his backup catcher Tony Cruz. So Eric Goodell up in the Mets bullpen.
Murphy hits one over the bag. That's just foul. Just foul.
Third base umpire Adrian Johnson making the call.
And the right. Oh boy, it's tough to tell on that angle. I'm sure it is. It looked a little bit foul. That would have been a leadoff doble.
0-2 to Murphy, leading off in the 10th. And the breaking ball sits upstairs. 1-2.
Still after that ball down the line, still giving Murph the third base line. Kozma deep and off the line at third base.
1-2.
Line down the right field line. That's a fair ball. Hayward comes over to play, and Murphy will wisely stop at first base.
Pretty fine at bat for Murph there. This is a tough pitch. Pitched him away the hole at bat, coming in, and he gets it in. And Murph muscles it in the right. Nice hitting.
So the Mets have the winning run aboard, nobody out. Wilmer Flores up, Kevin Plawecki on deck, and then the pitcher's spot. So we'll see how they play it.
Would you bunt here? I would not.
I think I'd be tempted to let Flores swing. He's been swinging well lately. 1 for 3 today, 6 for 18 with 2 home runs in his last 5 games. Cosman on the grass at third.
In heavily on the grass at third.
Carpenter going over to talk with his pitcher after handling that pickoff throw, and they're having a rather long conversation. Murphy has only had 1 stolen base attempt this year. He's been frisky in the past. And Flores is squaring and bunts it foul.
Interesting.
You got Plawecki on deck, and then you got the pitcher's spot. You have 1 left-hand hitter on the bench, and that's the ice-cold Kirk Neuenhuis. There's Kirk getting ready. Flores looking down in extra time at Tim Tuffle to see if the bunt is still on.
It's very tight at third, Kozma.
And Flores swinging, hits it out to center field. And Grichuk is there to grab it for the first out. So 1 bunt, 1 swing. Flores retired, and now Plawecki. Kevin had a base hit his last time up through the hole in the left. 1 for 3 on the night. Hit his 2nd major league home run in yesterday's game. Neuenhuis out on deck to pinch hit. We have the pitcher spot due up next. But still have 3 right-hand hitters left on their bench. Recker, Mayberry, and Tejada, along with Neuenhuis from the left side. Cardinals only have 1 player left on their bench. And Plawecki takes on the outside corner, a strike. The Cardinals are playing their 7th extra inning game. They are 4-2 in extra innings. The Mets are playing their first. Plawecki asked for time, and it was granted as Bilal held it an extra long time.
Yes, he did. They're concerned that there could be Murph try to sneak one here. A little bit too much time.
And Bill Mueller granting it.
Slowly hit. Peralta throwing wide. Wong stays on the bag, and they get the force. That was quite a play by Colton Wong on a wide throw by Peralta to get the out. Let's see if he did.
Throw into the runner. Yep, he did. He stayed on the bag. What a nice play. Really a nice play. Acrobatic, athletic, all the superlatives.
So now Plawecki at first with 2 out, and Neuenhuis will try and shake off a season-long slump. 3 for 37. That's 081.
And he's been struggling.
But he's got power. We know that. Doubles power, home run power.
Well, you need a double right now. That's for sure to get him in.
Neuenhuis can keep the inning going. Juan Lagares would be next. Plawecki not much in terms of wheels at first base. Ball and strike to Nieuwenhuis. Well, they're also playing extra innings in Miami tonight. Dan Jennings' first game as skipper of the Marlins.
They're in the 12th. Low-scoring games tonight.
Well, there were 7 shutouts in baseball yesterday.
Not up in Toronto, though. Did they ever have a well-pitched game up there?
Hitter's Haven. He'll be there later this year. Good curveball by Belisle, 1-2.
Really a good curve. Down and in.
Seven shutouts yesterday, one shy of the largest total of shutouts in one day in Major League history. We're in a pitching era. 1-2 to Nieuwenhuis. And Kirk fouls it back. Goodell pacing in the bullpen. He'll be on to pitch in the 11th inning if Nieuwenhuis can't come through. Belisle, the 5th Cardinal pitcher. Cardinals have 5 relievers with 17 or more appearances coming into the day. They have been very heavily worked. Nieuwenhuis fouls back another fastball. John Lackey went 7 innings and threw only 76 pitches tonight, but with the Cardinals down, they had to pinch hit for him in the 8th. So Randy Schoen pitched the 3rd of an inning. Mitch Harris 2/3. Kevin Segrist pitched the 9th inning, worked around a double by Granderson, and then Belisle here in the 10th. Lagares would be next. Again, the 1-2. And he bounces it down to first, a foul ball.
It's getting a little nippy, isn't it?
Temperature around 60 degrees after the 80s yesterday. Seventh pitch of the at bat to Nieuwenhuis, and he fouls another one. Nieuwenhuis hanging in there, trying to make something good happen here in the bottom of the 10th. Plawecki at first and 2 out. Belisle with the 1-2. He throws the curve and he fouls it off. Fouls back the fastballs, pulls the curveballs, foul.
Looks like he's taken a measure of Belisle here.
Matt Belisle, 34 years old. First year with the Cardinals, signed as a free agent after coming over from the Rockies. Molina trying to guide him through. Go right back to the curveball. And he wants it down. And Nieuwenhuis strikes out on the curveball in the dirt. And that'll do it for the Mets in the bottom of the 10th. Leadoff hit, but the Mets can't score. On to the 11th, tied at 1. On the Marlins at 4:10, and the first 15,000 fans will receive a Mets beach towel courtesy of Pepsi. For tickets, visit Mets.com/tickets. Well, Eric Goodell has just been off the charts good since they called him up.
Oh, he hasn't given anything up, has he? Look at that.
7 hits and 2 walks in 11 1/3 innings. That's an 0.79 whip. Walks and hits per innings pitched, which is just phenomenal. They'll have a tough row to hoe here, though. Holiday, Peralta, and Cosma in the top of the 11th. Hansel Robles, very impressive in a 1-2-3-10th. These are the guys who have been filling the bill with all the Met relievers on the sidelines. First pitch curveball hit sharply, but Flores has it on one hop. And he throws out Holiday. 1 pitch and 1 out for Goodell. So 1 out and nobody on. Now Johnny Peralta. Peralta 1 for 3 and a walk today. Had a double against Matt Harvey back in the first inning. Harvey gave up some hard hit balls, made some mistakes early in the game, but when he really had to, he was phenomenal. Struck out 9, walked only 1 in his 8 innings, did not allow a run, gave up 6 hits. And another first pitch curveball. This one misses to Peralta.
He got better as the game progressed, Harvey, and always when Matt's in trouble, you don't have to worry about him knuckling under. He gets better.
Well, he had 2 key defensive plays made behind him that saved him. As Trevor Rosenthal hoping for a lead, starting to get busy in the Cardinal bullpen. Kadire cut a ball off on Peralta's double that otherwise would have brought in a run in the first inning. And then Flores made the diving grab of a line drive from Hayward to turn a double play and end the 4th. And then Harvey able to do the rest. Pete Cosma getting ready for his first at bat of the game on deck. Goodell behind Peralta 3-0. And he misses badly for ball 4. So Peralta draws a 1-out walk. Only the second walk given up by Met pitching tonight.
Both to Peralta.
So now Cosma, who came in as a pinch runner for Matt Adams in the 9th inning, stayed in the game first at third base and later at third base. And we'll see how the Cardinals played it here. They played hit and run very effectively with Molina in the 9th inning to set up the game tying run. See if they play hit and run again here with Cosma.
Somehow I don't think so. It's not the same hitter up there. It was Molina last time.
Peralta at first, not blessed with great speed. Goodell will pay attention to him. Mets have used Familia, Robles, and Goodell out of their bullpen today. Well, that's the bullpen as it's currently constituted. A very inexperienced bullpen.
Youngsters, I'd have to say, huh?
Other than Carlos Torres, they're all young. They're all fairly inexperienced. Mets have 6 relief pitchers on the shelf, 5 on the disabled list and 1 under suspension. Bobby Parnell and Vic Black are still in St. Lucie and still trying to work their way back. Peralta at first and 1 out, and Cosma takes it outside. That's 6 in a row out of the strike zone from Goodell, and that earns a visit from Plawecki and Murphy. Alex Torres quickly to work in the Mets bullpen. Got Molina on deck, and then the left-hand hitter Hayward behind him. Swings at the 2-0 fastball and fouls it back. Pete Cosma has been a postseason hero for the Cardinals. Back in 2012, he and Daniel Descalso had the big hits as the Cardinals rallied against Drew Storen and the Nationals in the 5th game of that division series. Here's the 2-1. And he fouls that one off his leg on the splitter from Goodell. 2-2. Cosma has struck around more for his glove than for his bat. Lifetime .230 hitter.
Well, he had that 1 year where he was really clutch, but really, you look at his minor league numbers, he never really hit in the minors.
Had 1 year as a full-time starter in 2013 and hit just .217 that year. Otherwise a reserve player. And it's nubbed to the right side. Murphy has to come in to get it and makes the flip to get Cosma. Just a little cue ball off the bat of Cosma for the 2nd out, and Peralta moves to 2nd.
Yeah, but it moves the runner. This is off the cue ball here, off the end of the bat. Gets the runner in scoring position. I'm not so sure I want to pitch to Molina here.
They got Hayward on deck. You got the lefty Torres up in the bullpen, so we'll see how the Mets decide to play this.
Be very careful. Now the defense.
And they're going to walk him.
Yes, I agree. It's just too much of a veteran hitter.
Molina with 3 hits already tonight, including the hit-and-run single that built the lone Cardinal run in the 9th.
So how does that make you feel if you're Jason Hayward?
Well, Hayward did deliver the sac fly for the Cardinals' only run, but he's also hit into 2 double plays tonight.
Always would prefer to pitch around a guy. Okay, instead of giving an intentional pass and bringing up the athlete, the competitor, and the guy in the on-deck circle, because you're playing against the situation, right? You're playing against percentages here. You're walking a right-hander against a right-hander.
Well, I think they'll bring in the lefty to face Hayward. And here comes Terry Collins.
Okay, that makes sense.
Even though Alex Torres has backward splits and is better against right-hand hitters, Terry prefers the lefty here against Hayward. So he'll bring him in with 2 out and 2 on in the 11th with the game tied at 1. We'll be right back to Citi Field. Out and 2 on in the 11th, trying to get a big out.
Well, you see the 10 walks in 13 1/3, and the left-handers against the right-handers. He's one of those guys that's more effective. There's Carlos Torres. He's more effective against right-handers with that changeup, but he can have fits of losing the strike zone, Gary.
Now, he found the strike zone in his last outing. He came into a blowout with the Mets behind on Friday night and pitched 2 very effective innings. Let's see if he can translate that into success in a higher leverage spot here in the 11th inning. Hayward 0 for 3, a sacrifice fly to drive in the only Cardinal run. Peralta at second, Molina at first, and 2 out. And Hayward takes it letter high for a strike with a changeup. Randall Grichuk would be next. Guess they don't have a camo version of the halo to put on his cap. That protective cap that Alex always wears. Ball and a strike to Hayward.
What's this, the 3rd year he's been wearing that protective guard, Gary?
It was 2 years ago the knee hit him, right? Or was it 3 years ago?
Sure.
One and two. That thing just dives, doesn't it?
It dives.
Takes a left turn.
Hayward swings a lot of bad pitches.
Hayward, by the way, is hitting .378 against lefties this year. He's been like Duda. But he's down in the count here with 2 men aboard. One-two from Torres. Just missed with a fastball. 2-2. Arizona scratched out a run on the top of the 13th. First game for the former GM, now manager Dan Jennings for Miami. See if they can rally. Two on, 2 out, 2-2 to Hayward.
On the inside corner, strike 3 call. Alex Torres takes care of the lefty. Lagares leads off in the bottom of the 11th, still tied at 1.
Started out with Matt Harvey against John Lackey. Lackey pitched 7, allowed 1 run. Harvey pitched 8, allowed no runs. Cardinals tied it in the 9th, and we've remained tied since. Matt Belisle pitched the 10th, gave up a leadoff hit to Murphy, but worked around that, and he'll stay on for the 11th to face Lagares, Granderson, and Campbell. Lagares, a rough night at the plate, 0 for 3, couple of strikeouts and a comebacker. And he wails at a slider out of the strike zone, 0-1.
Well, Juan's getting a little bit into the fishing expeditions, chasing balls out of the strike zone a little bit.
23 strikeouts in this game. There's a curveball for a strike, and it's 0-2.
But Juan is staying up the middle. I like it, and he'll be fine. He's getting his base hits.
Cardinal pitchers have struck out 11 tonight. Met pitchers have struck out 13. Seth Maness, next man up in the Cardinal bullpen.
Oh boy,
just missed. I'm not sure where.
The big strike zone behind the plate with Mr. Miller, Bill Miller, and he didn't call this one. Where is it?
Must have said.
Wow.
That's strike 3 called. Well, he didn't call the last one. That one he had to.
Caught Juan looking. He was so worried about the breaking ball. Got set up.
Second strikeout for Belisle. Third time Lagares has struck out tonight.
And that's the cagey pitch calling by Mr. Molina. Beautiful pitch.
So 1 out and nobody on. Now Curtis Granderson, who all of a sudden is starting to hit for extra base power. 2 doubles tonight. Home runs each of the 2 previous games. Before this stretch, Curtis had just 8 extra base hits for the season. Now 4 in the last 3 games. And Belisle quickly ahead 0-2.
Everybody looks like Bob Feller out here.
Eric Campbell, the on-deck batter. You know, the 2 teams with the best pitching staffs in the major leagues. Cardinals #1, Mets #2 coming in to the night, and it's gone that way. Granderson lifts one to left. Holiday ambling over and gets there to make the catch.
You sure that's the right term? Ambling? Like he's running on eggs over there. He could just a lot of years, a lot of seasons for Holiday.
I didn't want to throw a lumbering at him.
It wouldn't be lumbering, wouldn't even be it.
That would be cruel.
Creaking.
Okay, that's a good one. 2 out and nobody on. Now Campbell is 1 for 4 on the night. And Eric takes a fastball up and in for ball 1. Lucas Duda would be next. Campbell trying to get on base for Duda, who has had 14 doubles already this year. Belisle throws it by him. 1-1. Just off the corner, 2-1. And Campbell just taps one foul. 2-2. You think camo and pinstripes, would they be better off with camo pants? They don't have the all white uniforms anymore to go with the camo.
How about the kind of beige solid underneath, you know, the pants? I don't know. Not much you can do with it.
You need to go all camo. And Campbell out on strikes. Good inning for Belisle. He sets the Mets down 1-2-3. He's got 3 strikeouts in 2 innings of relief. And we're headed to the 12th. Mets and Cardinals still tied up. Nissan today for great offers on their most exciting lineup ever. Shop ChooseNissan.com. Well, Matt Harvey, 8 terrific innings today. Familia, first blown save of the year. Everybody else has held the fort, and now Alex Torres, who got a big strikeout to end the 11th, stays on for the 12th to face Randall Grichuk, who struck out 3 times in 4 at-bats. Tony Cruz is the last player available on Mike Matheny's bench as backup catcher, and he's out on deck. But you'd have to think if Grichuk gets on that they send a pitcher up the bunt, right?
I would think so.
Either
no doubt.
Lyle's already in the game or a starting pitcher.
Don't have to empty your bench.
They hate to use your backup catcher in these long games anyway. 0-2 though to Grichuk. Well, there's nobody up in the Cardinal bullpen. If they get a lead, I'm sure they'll get Trevor Rosenthal up. He's thrown lightly a couple of times. Here's Rosenthal again.
He's kind of going, gosh, guys, get a run. Let me get in here and go. We can go home. We got in at 3 in the morning.
It's more like 5 in the morning. 1-2. Do you remember the game the Mets played in Houston a few years ago, that 17-inning game when they had Billy Wagner as their closer, and Wagner got up and threw hard in the bullpen like 7 or 8 different times. Rosenthal has avoided that. He's mostly just made a couple of light tosses and stood around. Two and 2 to Grichuk, trying to avoid the dreaded golden sombrero, and Torres bounces one. It's 3-2. Well, changing managers didn't help the Miami Marlins, at least for one day. Arizona wins in 13 innings, 3-2. In Dan Jennings' managerial debut. 3-2 from Torres, and Grichuk strikes out, but it gets away from Plawecki, and Grichuk is going to reach first base.
Oh. That's got to be a wild pitch, is it not? Oh.
So it's a strikeout for Torres, and you'd have to think this is a wild pitch.
In the dirt. Oh, he didn't backhanded it instead of getting in front. Oh boy.
So it's the golden sombrero for Grichuk, but a positive result for him and the Cardinals.
And there's the backhand, and there you go. Hopefully, if you're a Met fan, it's not a costly mistake, but this is going to be serious bunt situation here.
Well, Mike Matheny's not doing what we thought he would. We thought he'd leave a pitcher in, but he's going to use his last bench player instead and send up Tony Cruz, so he may not be bunting. It's an odd thing to do, don't you think?
It certainly is.
I mean, he could have left Belisle in. He could have used a starting pitcher to bunt and saved his last bench player for another occasion. By the way, first career 4 strikeout game for Grichuk. And Cruz not bunting on the first pitch, takes a strike. So Alex Torres has come in and struck out the 2 batters he's faced, but now he's got trouble because of the wild pitch.
I find it hard to believe that you wouldn't leave the pitcher in to bunt the guy over.
Well, especially since there's nobody up in the bullpen, so they're going to have to get somebody up quickly if, say, Cruz hits into a double play. And Torres throws a fastball by him, and it's 0-2.
The bunt is now a moot.
Cruz played a lot last year when Molina tore up his thumb and missed 40 games. But he has been a comfortable backup for Molina now for a number of years. Oh, 2 coming. And Cruz takes strike 3 call. Fastball got him. 3 strikeouts in a row for Alex Torres.
Well, there's another guy complaining about the corner pitches. And this is, I believe it's got the corner.
That's
oh, come on, it's a strike. What are you moaning about?
So 1 out and 1 on. And now Colton Wong, who's 1 for 5 tonight, singled back in the 8th inning against Matt Harvey. Struck out his last time up in the 10th against Hansel Robles. Wong takes the strike.
Breaking ball. I tell you what, he calls high strikes, the letters, which I think are strikes, and he calls the borderline low pitch and the borderline corners. The pitcher's umpire.
There's Seth Maness. So if the Cardinals do not take the lead, he'll pitch the bottom of the 12th. Ground ball specialist. That's Duda, Kadire, and Murphy due up in the bottom of the inning. Grichuk at first with 1 out. Torres ahead on Wong, 0-2.
Gets away, and down to second base goes Grichuk. Takes a turn,
and he'll hold at second.
Another backhand by Plawecki. Look at this. Can't do that.
Got to get down and block that ball. Second wild pitch of the inning charged to Torres. Mets have already lost a game in the last week on a pass ball by Anthony Recker in Chicago. That's the attention to detail that matters in one-run games. Dan Worthen on the phone to the bullpen. 0-2, 1-2 to Wong, with the go-ahead run at second and 1 out. And that's a little bit high, 2-2. So now Trevor Rosenthal will grab a baseball, still not throwing. He won't until the Cardinals get a lead. Flores trying to keep Grichuk close at second base, and Wong gets jammed and fouls it off. Colton Wong, 5 home runs this year, hitting .321 with runners in scoring position.
He was a #1 draft pick for them, correct?
He was in 2011 out of the University of Hawaii. Carlos Torres up in the bullpen as Alex Torres has struck out 3 in a row and yet finds himself with a runner in scoring position after a couple of wild pitches. 2-2 to Wong. Just got a piece to stay alive.
It's a hard sinker he throws there that really gets a lot of dip. And this is the changeup, actually. You see the sink, stays in the at bat.
This will be the 7th pitch from Torres to Wong.
strike 3 call.
Yes, sir.
4 strikeouts in a row for Alex Torres.
And this has got the knees. Can't be taken. What ball game you've been watching? This guy's been calling everything borderline, knees and corners, strikes. You got to be swinging.
Well, Torres has the chance for the rarely accomplished feat of striking out 4 in an inning. Kenley Jansen of the Dodgers did that a couple of days ago. Here's Carpenter, who's already struck out 3 times tonight. That pitcher's now with 16 strikeouts tonight. Grichuk at second and 2 down. Carpenter is 0 for 5. .94 from Alex Torres. Rosenthal doing some light throwing.
Hard throwing. Rosenthal. He'll bring it.
Started the day tied with Familia for the National League lead in saves. 1-0 to Carpenter with Holiday on deck. He fouls that one off.
A lot of unselective hitting from the left-handers versus left-handers today. He just picked one half of the plate. I know it's easier said than done, but Torres has got that good hard sinker. It's a tough pitch. I would sit away on the outside half of the plate on him and wait and take inside, because he has a hard time throwing an inside strike to a lefty. cover the outer 3/4 of the plate.
And Carpenter takes a fastball strike, 1-2.
Away and throws a perfect inside corner strike.
To Matt Carpenter.
Broken bat flare. Campbell's got it. Side retired. Alex Torres, 4 consecutive strikeouts and a sawed-off bloop.
Terrific job by Torres. Still 1-1 in the 12th. And tonight he did himself one better. 8 scoreless innings, 9 strikeouts, left with a 1-0 lead for the second straight start, and for the second straight start the bullpen couldn't seal it.
Well, 0-2 pitch right there, but the base hit from Adams. The sac fly and a shallow fly ball.
Molina with a hit-run single to set it up.
And Familia blows his first save opportunity. He's been perfect.
Now Seth Maness, the sinker baller, in the game for the Cardinals in the bottom of the 12th. It has been a rough road for Maness this year. You see the batting average against .365. No walks though. Duda grounds one into the shift, and Wong makes the play easily for the first out.
Well, well, well. Into the night we go.
That's playing their first extra inning game of the year, and these two teams a few years ago played a 20-inning game in St. Louis.
I missed that one.
Yeah, wasn't our telecast.
That's right.
Saturday afternoon Fox game.
Yes, I believe Mr. Webb, our director, had that game.
I think Jeff Francoeur drove in the game-winning run in that game. The Cardinals wound up using 2 position players on the mound at the end. Michael Kadyr's 0 for 4 tonight. 2 strikeouts, 2 ground balls, 1 into a double play.
There's the sinker ball from Maness. Look at the sink.
Grounded toward the middle, base hit.
Over to play quickly is Grichuk. And after the hard turn, Kadire settles for a 1-out single, his first hit of the night.
Nice hitting right there on the sink. Peralta doesn't have a whole lot of range, and playing Kadire the pull a little bit, can't get there.
When the Mets talk about Wilmer Flores, they talk about him being Johnny Peralta, a shortstop who doesn't have great range, but hits for power and is sure-handed. That's what they want Flores to be. Here's Murphy, who's 1 for 4, and he takes a strike.
Got to be thinking left center field right here. That's a strike, Murph. Left center field. Sinker ball pitcher. His bread and butter is a sink away.
Since Maness came up in 2013, he's generated 31 double plays, more than any relief pitcher in baseball. Molina goes down to get that.
Very casually.
Well,
gave the backhand there, didn't he?
I mean, we saw Plawecki not get down to block 2 balls, and it almost cost the Mets, but Molina making like a shortstop.
He's okay. It's that easy, huh? I guess that's why he's got the gold right there in his chest protector.
7 times. And that sinker in for a strike, 1-2. Wilmer Flores waiting on deck. Kadire at first and 1 out. 1-1 bottom of the 12th. Each team with a run on 8 hits. And Murphy lays off the changeup. 2-2. Murphy 1 for 4 at a base hit leading off in the 10th inning. And Murph goes down swinging for the second out. And Murphy came into the night toughest man to strike out in the league. He's fanned twice tonight.
And the sinker meant to be away, and he gets it inside. Very seldom do you see Murph swinging a bad pitch.
Well, he's had plenty of company. Cardinal pitchers have now struck out 14 Mets. Met pitchers have struck out 16 Cardinals. So 30 strikeouts in this game.
This could be a good matchup right here for Wilmer. Wilmer likes to drop that barrel down, likes that low ball. Maness is a sinker ball pitcher, has to keep it down.
He has a hit in his only career at bat against Maness, and he takes a strike.
Maness is almost like a slinger, you know, he kind of just rushes it up there like David. Slingshot.
You mean against Goliath?
Biblical.
That David?
Yes. Oh boy.
And Flores quickly in a 2-strike hole.
Pretty good pitch right there. Woo. If it's a strike. That was a ball, but he's been calling those pitches all night.
Kadire at first and 2 out.
Nice.
Molina down to block it. 1-2.
Alert on that one. Look at this. El Gato.
They say he's lost a little bit of mobility, which means he's only so much better than every other catcher instead of extra so much better than every other catcher.
He was quick on that one.
Flores gets a piece. By the way, from Murphy, first time he has struck out twice in a game this year.
Well, he wouldn't have if it was regulation in 9.
That's very kind of you to point that out. Plawecki would be next. Kozma guarding the line at third against Flores with the winning run on first, and a check swing foul ball.
Boy, completely fooled on that slider, and not even a full swing, and manages to get a piece. And that is living right. And
but Molina on the thigh on its way back. Maness, the 6th St. Louis pitcher tonight, after Lackey started and went 7. Flores takes one the other way foul.
Finally got a pitch up. Menace has been on the knees. He finally got one up.
Keep in mind, if he hits one toward a gap, you got a Gold Glover in right in Hayward, something less than a Gold Glover in left in Holiday. Right back to Menace. And we are heading for the 13th inning. Mets strand a runner in the 12th. 12 in the books. Mets and Cardinals still tied at 1. $11-12. Yep, that's it so far.
That's very nifty.
We've got all sorts of toys that we're breaking out tonight. First extra inning game for the Mets this year. Double switch. Ruben Tejada comes in to play short. He'll bat 8th where the pitcher had been. And Carlos Torres goes in the 6th spot.
Well, with the flip-flop now, they're probably looking to get around 2 innings out of Carlos. And he's very capable. He loves to work.
Torres pitched yesterday, walked his first batter, then got a couple of outs in the 7th inning. He's got 3, 4, and 5 in the order coming up. Matt Holliday leads off, and a first pitch cutter is fouled off. Holliday 1 for 5 on the night, had a double back in the 6th inning. Holliday, Peralta, and Cosma. And still have a couple of players left in their dugout in Recker and Mayberry. The Cardinal dugout is now empty. Each team has used 6 pitchers. Cardinals have more depth in their bullpen. They've got 9 arms down there. The Mets have 7. So the Mets only have 2 guys left in that bullpen. That's why Torres is in now, because he's a guy capable of giving you multiple innings.
Getting to the top of the hour here, and that's LaGuardia. They're starting to do the takeoffs again.
Don't worry, they have a midnight curfew. They'll stop then. 1-2 to Holliday. Fouls one away. Holliday 1 for 3 in his career against Carlos Torres.
Which team is going to break through?
Second Torres of the night for the Mets. Alex struck out 4 in an inning and a third.
Cardinal bullpen has been perfect. The Mets, the only blemish is Familia, who had his first blown save in the 9th inning.
And he wasn't exactly ransacked, but
the hit and run was well executed.
Gave up a rather shallow sacrifice fly to bring in the run. He mentioned at the time, you have a little better arm in right field, that run doesn't score. So, but that's what the Mets are. They're a defensively challenged team at almost every position except center field. So you're going to give up extra runs that way. 7th pitch of the at bat to Holiday. Charging is Tejada, his first chance. Slow throw, dug out by Duda, and he got him. Holiday going as hard as he could down the line, but Tejada got him by a half a stride.
Just did get him. Nice scoop by Lucas on the backhand. Lucas prefers to use his backhand on his scoops.
So 1 out and nobody on. Now Johnny Peralta. Peralta's been on base 3 times tonight with a double and 2 walks. 1 for 3. He takes a big cut at the cutter.
He sure does.
6 home runs this year for Peralta.
He's a strong kid. Big, tall, strong guy.
Popped up. Shallow center. Lagares squeezes, 2 out. So Carlos Torres has set down his first 2. And now Pete Cosmo will bat for the 2nd time. Came in as a pinch runner in the 9th inning. Rounded out in his only at bat in the 11th. It was against Eric Goodell.
I know that they pinch ran with Cosmo, and he was the only one that scored the run. But boy, they sure wish they'd have had Matt Adams in the lineup, don't they? He's been gone. That's a big bat out of that lineup in the middle, too.
In the bottom of the 13th, the Mets will have Plawecki, Tejada, and Lagares, 7, 8, and 9 in the batting order. And the curveball in for a strike to Cosmo, 0-2. Cardinals have not had a hit in extra innings. A couple of walks. Batter reaching on a strikeout wild pitch. Their last hit was Molina's hit and run single against Familia in the 9th. Torres ahead on Cosmo, 0-2. And he misses away with a curveball, 1-2. Well, the Mets playing their first extra inning game. The Cardinals playing their 7th, which is the most in the majors. Mets were the only team that hadn't played an extra inning game. Check swing on the curveball in the dirt, and he held it, 2-2. Cosmo hits the comebacker. Torres makes the play. 1-2-3 inning for Carlos Torres. Mets take another crack at winning it in the bottom of the 13th. Still tied at 1. Last of the 13th inning, and Kevin Plawecki will lead off for the Mets against Seth Maness, who begins his second inning of relief. Plawecki 1 for 4 and a base hit in the 8th inning, and then last time up get into a fielder's choice. Here he hits a comebacker to Maness. 1 pitch and 1 out.
Wow, where are the bats gone? This game has been taken over by the pitchers, the bullpens.
Ruben Tejada will bat for the first time. Came in on a double switch in the top of the inning. Ruben had a couple of walk-off hits for the Mets last year. See if he has some magic in him here. Meanwhile, while the Mets battle deep into the night, the Phillies are playing in Colorado. These suddenly red-hot Phillies.
Break them up.
They've won 5 straight. They've got Cole Hamels on the mound tonight. They've got a 4-1 lead in the bottom of the 7th. They brought up Maikel Franco to play third base. They sent Cody Ashley down to learn how to play left field.
He was struggling at the plate too.
Yesterday they had Sean O'Sullivan pitch 6 scoreless innings. He almost didn't make it through 6 because of 2 out in the inning. The catcher Cameron Rupp threw a throw back to the mat, hit him in the throat. Grounded down to Cosma, playing right on the bag, and throws out Tejada for the second out. Imagine that.
No.
Return throw from the catcher. He wasn't looking, and it hit him right in the throat.
Do you know what happened to me in infield? Third game in Atlanta, the playoffs, the Cardinals, 82. Ken Obert fell through one over to me, and I wasn't looking, hit me in the collarbone.
Really?
It was my fault. I don't know what I was thinking. Fortunately, it didn't break my collarbone.
Need to get you a screen.
Muy fuerte. Oh, who's that masked man?
It would be tonight's starting pitcher.
Oh, good cut. There was a pitch to hit.
Lagares trying to avoid the dreaded golden sombrero.
Up. Maness cannot pitch upstairs. Got away with one.
Juan 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts. Slowly hit. They're not going to throw him out, I don't think. Cosmo will try, but he's safe. Well, weak contact pays off for Lagares, and he's got a 2-out hit.
Nice play by Cosma. This is a nice bare hand on the run. Lagares runs too well.
Cardinals are looking at the replay to think whether they're going to challenge, but no reason to. Lagares clearly safe. Now the question is, do you have Lagares try and steal a base?
You've got a double machine up there right now lately. I don't know. If he's going to steal Gary, he's got to get a great jump. And you know, it also lays it open. You can pitch around Granderson. And then pitch to Campbell. I'd hold him.
Granderson has doubled twice tonight, 2 for 5. Both doubles pulled down the right field line. Lagares at first and 2 out. 1-1 bottom of the 13th. And Maness keeping an eye on him.
And look at the defense here. Pulled the ball twice down the right field line. Look at the second baseman. Wong way over in the pole, and Hayward in right guarding that line.
And deep.
This is the best I've seen Maness pitch. He's got a good sinker working tonight.
Lagares not getting far off the bag. Mets with 9 hits tonight. Granderson has the only 2 extra base hits. Lips one foul. 0-2. Mets got their only run back in the 4th when Granderson led off with a double. Campbell advanced him with a ground out to the right side. And with the Cardinals playing a drastic shift with the infield in, Duda snuck one up the middle for a base hit for the Mets' only run. Mets have left only 5 runners on base. They didn't have anybody left on through the first 7 innings against John Lackey. Now Maness ahead on Granderson 0-2. Campbell would be next. Carlos homered each of the last 2 days. Be a fitting cap to this night. But he grounds one right to Wong, had him played perfectly, and that retires the side. That's going to 2-out hit, leave Lagares stranded, and that sends us off to the 14th inning.
14th.
Be a stretch in there somewhere.
Wait, Tittle.
Game this year. They beat the Pirates in 14 back on May 3rd. Mets are playing their first extra inning game of the season and making up for lost time. Carlos Torres worked a 1-2-3 13th. Stays on to face Yadier Molina, who's been on base 4 times tonight. 3 for 4 and an intentional walk. Molina had the hit and run single in the 9th inning against Jerry's Familia that set up the tying run, the Cardinals' only run.
That was on a hit and run and advanced pinch runner Cosma into third base.
Jason Hayward on deck, then Randall Grichuk, 6, 7, and 8 in the order for Carlos Torres in his second inning. Ooh. And he comes inside, and Molina cringes. 2-1. Molina last year hit his first ever regular season home run against the Mets. 1 home run in 206 now career at bats against the Mets in the regular season.
Gets a hanger right there and swings through it.
Flies that one out to right field. Granderson has plenty of room. 1 out. Extra innings on SNY brought to you by Nissan. Choose Nissan today for great offers on their most exciting lineup ever. Shop ChooseNissan.com. Now Jason Hayward, who had a chance in the 11th inning to do more damage. He drove in the only Cardinal run in the 9th with a sac fly, but was caught looking by Alex Torres with 2 out and 2 on to end that top of the 11th. So Hayward, who was into 2 double plays today, is 0 for 4. Jason Hayward is still only 25 years old. Feels like he's been around for a decade.
Agreed.
Was an all-star his first season with the Braves, but has never really lived up to that level of consistency.
Pronounce, Gare.
That's Sam Tuiavalala.
Thank you.
Saw him in spring training, which is the only reason I had a prayer there. Tuiavalala. That's Tuyvaila.
It sounds like a Samoan name.
Yes, it does. Like Manny Tuiasosopo. 1-2. Just got a piece of the curveball.
What was the Samoan that was played for the Kansas City Royals back in the 70s? Came off the bench, left-hand pinch hitter, power hitter. Oh gosh, he grew up in the Bay Area. He grew up in my neighborhood. Tony something. I can't.
Oh, Tony Salita.
Yes.
Yeah. He's with the Yankees also.
Slammed down the left field line by Hayward, back toward the corner, and it's a fair ball. And Hayward pulls into second base with a 1-out double.
So Hayward takes one the other way.
Right down the line. And the Cardinals are in business.
So now Randall Grichuk, who has already struck out 4 times in this game, reached on a wild pitch after striking out his last time up in the 12th. So he is in line for the potential platinum sombrero, the rarely accomplished.
No one left on your bench to pinch hit for the pitcher.
Yep. So Maness is out on deck to bat for himself. Meanwhile, Grichuk takes a cutter for a strike.
And still question that 12th inning, Gare, when he pinched, when Mike Matheny, the manager of the Cardinals, pinched hit with Cruz with a leadoff base runner.
Yep.
And he could have left the pitcher in to bunt him over in the scoring position.
Seemed that way. And Torres just missed somewhere. 1-1. Hayward at second and 1 out. Tie game, 14th inning. Lifted down the right field line. Granderson near that short wall, and he can't get to it. So a light for Grichuk.
There we go. Right there. Watch out, young lady. That ball will bite you. Yep.
Cardinals are 0 for 9 with runners in scoring position tonight. Torres ahead on Grichuk, 1-2.
Struck him out. Randall Grichuk with the platinum sombrero.
And you think I grunted. I grunted because 5 strikeouts is a tough night. And as a hitter, you got to feel for someone that strikes out 5 times. That'll get you to the bar in a heartbeat.
That is 17 strikeouts for Met pitching tonight. Seth Maness, a .273 lifetime hitter, 3 for 11. Batting for himself.
Well,
carrying 13 pitchers are the Cardinals, including 9 relief pitchers, so only a 4-man bench, and they used them all by the 12th inning. So they're left with Maness batting in his own stead, and not even a chance on that one. 0-2.
You see, you pitchers, it's not that easy, is it?
See if Maness gets a 3rd inning in the bottom of the 14th, or if they bring in Tuyvaila. 0-2 pitch, struck him out. So back-to-back strikeouts for Torres after the double by Hayward. Gets him through the top of the 14th. The fans will be up and stretching. It's the 14th inning stretch at Citi Field. Mets and Cards tied at 1. Major League appearance, his second this year.
Well, as a native of the Bay Area, San Mateo went to Aragon High School. I was in my conference. He was a first-team all-conference in baseball, basketball, and football.
Aragon,
the Aragon Dons.
You beat them? Or?
Oh, we kicked their fanny. You kidding? We were Cappuccino Mustangs. You kidding? The Dons had nothing over us.
Well, Tuivailala, who was just called up yesterday for the second time this season, becomes the 7th pitcher for the Cardinals tonight. I think I counted that right.
I'm into all my colored. I'm in the purple now. My last. After that, I got to flip over.
Well,
back to one.
We don't want you in a purple haze, so let's see if the Mets can win it here with Campbell to lead off, and that one goes through Molina to the backstop, 1-0. Campbell 1 for 5 tonight. He has struck out his last 2 at bats. Duda and Kadire to follow. Unlike the Cardinals, the Mets have bench players left, Mayberry and Recker. Pitcher due to bat 5th in this inning. And Tuivailala behind 2-0. Tuivailala's only appearance of the year for the Cardinals came on May the 3rd against the Pirates. That was the last 14-inning game that the Cardinals played. They ended up winning that one. And here he is in the 14th inning tonight. And Campbell 3-0. Cardinal pitchers have walked 1 batter in 13 innings. Kevin Segras walked Duda, and that was pretty much a pitch around in the 9th inning. Pitched around Duda to get to Kadire, and that worked. He struck Kadire out. So Campbell almost certainly will take a pitch here.
And knowing Campbell, Campbell's kind of a guy that likes to take 2-0, 3-1. He's out of that school of out of that school.
John Mayberry with a helmet on. 3-1 to Campbell. And he takes ball 4. And the Mets get a leadoff base runner in the 14th. With the second walk for Cardinal pitching tonight. So now you got Duda coming to the plate with the potential winning run at first base. Lucas drove in the only Met run back in the 4th inning with a base hit up the middle. He's 1 for 4 on the night. He's also drawn a walk. He was also robbed of a hit back in the 1st inning on a terrific diving catch by Randall Grichuk in center field. So Tuivailala puts himself in danger with the walk. Duda at the plate, Kadire on deck. And Lucas takes it wide for ball 1. So you got a 22-year-old rookie just back from the minor leagues yesterday, and he is having trouble throwing strikes. And a breaking ball misses. 2-0.
That is a beautiful thing for a hitter right there. You got a pitcher that's going to get the manager out there just to calm him down.
Well, they've got the closer Trevor Rosenthal in the bullpen, and he's warming up like he means it now. Remember the Mets in a circumstance in Chicago, tie game, bottom of the 9th, brought Familia into a bases loaded jam just to try and keep the game alive. And Matheny might be tempted to do something like that here with Rosenthal in the bottom of the 14th. He's got backup. He's still got 3 pitchers left in that bullpen.
Now, for my hitter's perspective here, Gare, guy walked the guy on 5 pitches, misses strike 1 with a fastball, tries to throw a curveball, misses. Now you're 2-0. This is sweet pitch to hit. You're looking for a fastball.
Campbell at first, nobody out. And that's just on the corner. 98 from Tuivailala. 2-1. Lucas Duda has 3 career walk-off RBIs. Mets have not had a walk-off victory this year. And the dirt, 3-1. It's a tough pitch to handle. 98.
I don't send the runner here, even though it's 3-1, because Duda could swing and miss here. I wouldn't run Campbell. I'd wait to 3-2, Gare. if it gets that far. He's going to walk him.
And Lucas takes a strike, 3-2. Well, he certainly throws hard. 3-2, nobody out. Campbell at first, average speed. Carpenter holding him on. Not going, and Duda takes outside, ball 4.
And now the winning run moves to second base. Back-to-back walks given up by Tuivailala.
And he's going to come out, and they're going to bring in Rosenthal to try and keep this game alive. So Matheny's been holding out as closer, waiting for a save situation, but now with the Mets having placed the winning run at second with nobody out, he'll go to Rosenthal here just to try and keep the game going. So Tuivailala leaves after walking a pair. Mets poised to try and win this in the bottom of the 14th. Two batters, so they call on Trevor Rosenthal, the closer, to try and pull a rabbit out of a hat.
Well, Rosenthal had he stayed a lot of games last year, but he had a tough start, but off to a great start this year.
Michael Kadire, cleanup hitter at the plate, first and second, nobody out. Let's see if he's asked to bunt. He's not, and he fouls back the first pitch fastball.
Can't have your cleanup hitter bunting, Gary.
Now you got Murphy, a contact hitter on deck.
I let him swing the bat.
Kadire had a base hit his last time up. He's 1 for 5 on the night. Murphy on deck, pitcher spot behind him.
Broken back grounder. That'll advance the runner to third. They get the out at second, but now Campbell's at third base with 1 out.
That's the most important part of that play.
Boy, you don't think that Peralta may have thought about going to third with the runner right in front of him? Let's see. Could he have gone to third to get Campbell? He could have. That would have been a heck of a play.
Would have been tough.
Well, now they're going to walk Murphy intentionally. They'd rather pitch to the right-hand batter, John Mayberry, who's on deck to pitch hit, and Rosenthal almost threw one over the plate. So with the winning run at third and 1 out, they'd prefer not to go after Murphy, who's a contact hitter.
You would load the bases in any situation, wouldn't you, Garen? With the
if you had a strikeout guy at the plate or a slow guy who might hit into a double play, might be different. But in any event, Mayberry, who has struggled so mightily all season, will have a chance to win this game with a fly ball in a moment. There's ball 4, and Murphy goes to first. Let's look at that play again, see whether they had a shot at
I think he had a chance. It'd have been a heck of a play. It's in front of him. He sees where the runner is. Campbell kind of hesitated. He had him. He could have had him.
Was Cosma at the bag?
That is a good question. Yes, he was.
At the bag.
Okay.
So here's Mayberry, 0 for 6 as a pinch hitter. Doesn't need a hit to win the game here. The infield is in. The outfield is relatively shallow. Not as shallow as you usually see in these situations.
Really? They got to come in.
You would think so, right? And now Hayward comes a little further in right field.
More. Yeah, here they come. Center field's coming in now, too.
Mayberry grounds one toward the hole. Smothered by Peralta. Throwing home. Not in time, and the Mets win the ball game. John Mayberry drives in the winning run in the bottom of the 14th inning. And the Mets, in their first extra inning game of the season, have their first walk-off win of 2015. Mets 2, Cardinals 1.
Well, Mayberry, who's been struggling mightily, I don't believe that'd be a base hit, or it is a base hit. It's got to feel very good here. Didn't waste any time. Went right after the first pitch. Peralta makes a nice play in the hole, but just can't get up and get anything on the throw. Campbell on contact on the ground. And this marathon is over, and the Mets are a winner.
So the Mets take advantage of a couple of walks in the bottom of the 14th. John Mayberry with his first pinch hit of the year. It wasn't much, but it was enough to get Campbell in from third with the winning run. And the Mets take the opener of this 4-game series from the Cardinals in 14 innings, 2-1. As you look at the game summary, Carlos Torres gets the win in relief after Matt Harvey went 8 scoreless innings. Let's send it downstairs to Steve Gelb. Steve?
Thanks. Here with the hero, John Mayberry Jr. John, that runner crosses home plate. More of a feeling of relief or excitement?
There's a combination of both. Yeah, I'm just trying to be patient there and try to get something that I can get the run in. And, a little luck never hurt.
You say you're trying to be patient, but are you going up there just wanting to hack, knowing that you don't need to do too much to get this run in?
Well, yeah, I guess there's a passive aggressiveness. Just try to get something in the zone and try to put the ball in play.
When it comes to a game like this where it's going this long and you're a bench player, how much more do you kind of get yourself ready knowing that you're probably going to be called upon?
Well, I kind of keep my routine the same, just make sure that I'm thinking the game and thinking of possible scenarios that I can get in there. So just working in the cage, making sure that I'm staying loose and being ready.
John, congrats. Thanks.
Thank you.
Gary.
All right, John Mayberry with his biggest moment as a Mets so far drives in the game-winning run in the bottom of the 14th inning, and the Mets win it 2-1 over the Cardinals. For every Mets win, the Mets Foundation is proud to contribute $2,500 to the Cats Women's Hospital and the Cats Institute for Women's Health. For more information, visit northshorelij.com/KIWH. This win brings the total contribution so far this season to $57,500. New York Mets baseball on SNY is brought to you by Chevrolet, by Geico, the #1 insurer in the New York market, by Heineken, open your world, by Verizon. Don't miss a moment of Mets baseball on the largest, most reliable 4G LTE network, only from Verizon. And by Mazda, KellyBlueBook.com's lowest cost to own brand over 5 years. Final tonight in 14 innings, the Mets 2 and the Cardinals 1. Game 2 of this series tomorrow night, John Neese against Michael Wacha. Our coverage begins on SNY tomorrow night at 6 o'clock. Now for Keith Hernandez, Steve Gelbs, and our entire SNY crew, I'm Gary Cohen at Citi Field. Time for WB Mason Post Game Live. Let's join Gary Apple and Nelson Figueroa. Guys?